welcome. I will call to order my first meeting as mayor of the Town Council of Los Gatos for December 5th. And tonight we have a very full agenda. The outgoing mayor thought that maybe I should get my feet wet all the way up to my neck, I think, on this one. So I'm going to try to keep us moving along efficiently. Sort of for expectation, if you are at the end of the agenda, you're likely to be here till about midnight. We'll see if we can beat that expectation. So with that, I'll ask for a roll call from the clerk, please.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Barbara Spector.
Here.
Councilmember Mariko Sayak.
Here.
Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Rob Rennie.
Here. All right, so next we will ask our pledge leader to come up. We ask students from our community to come and do our pledge for us. So tonight I have with me Brandon Ha. And a little bit about Brandon. He, I guess I better grab the mic here. Okay, so Brandon, he is, let's see, so you're from Dave's Avenue Elementary. Is that a good school?
Yes.
It is. You like your school?
Yep. It's
What's your favorite subject?
I guess it's PE. Yeah.
I can understand that. It says here you also like to play flag football and you're a running back.
Yeah.
But it also says that you're a member of the San Jose Youth Symphony and you practice cello with the United Methodist Church.
Yep. Mhm.
So you like music also.
Yep. Mhm.
Do you think you're going to have a career in music?
Maybe not, but I don't know yet.
Okay. It also says you're in the school play Captain Starblazer and you love to sing and practice choreography.
Yep. Or yeah.
Okay, wow, you've got lots of different interests. That's really cool. You maybe have lots of ways to go in your career future. All right, so we're going to let you now lead us in the pledge. So ask everybody to stand.
Okay. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. So thank the two council members here. And let me give you a gift on your way out. A round of applause for our Thank you, Brandon. All right, so next on our agenda is closed session report. Mr. Schultz?
Yes, good evening. Prior to the regular session, council met in closed session to discuss the town attorney's evaluation. This was the annual evaluation. No action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Thank you. Next up is council matters. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the past 2 weeks, in addition to going to the tree lighting and the parade, I met with members of our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Sayak.
Yes. In addition to the tree lighting and Christmas parade, I have nothing else to report.
All right, thank you. I wanted to spend my time reporting on the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority. I mentioned last time we had a lot of good news in November, so I'll spend a couple minutes. I am the chair there. One of the good news is we are at the process of setting our rates, and we try to track, well, our pledge is to be 1% below PG&E. When you leave PG&E and you come to us, there's also this charge called a PCIA charge, which gets set by the PUC. So we set our rate so that our rate plus the charge is still less than PG&E. We thought PG&E was going to lower their rates this year, and the PCI was going to go up 16%. So we would have to lower our rates a lot, which would squeeze our profitability quite a bit. Turns out, looks like PG&E is going to raise their rates 6%, and the PCI charge is going up only 14% instead of 16%. So that's really good news for us, gives us a lot of more financial room. We also told our customers we'd set rates in 2017, our first year, and not change them in 2018. So if we do that, some customers now will be 2 to 3% below PG&E with all of the change. And it's not a uniform, there's a lot of different rates, so it's a little complicated. So that's really good news for us. We also, let's skip that. Also, the board approved last week to pay off all our debt. As a startup, we had some debt. So by the end of December, we will be debt-free to the usual bank creditors. We also took seed money from all the town and all the cities that joined us, and by the end of January, we will be paying everybody back. So we'll be completely debt-free by the end of January. So Los Gatos will get our initial $100,000 that we invested back in January. Also, when we formed, Milpitas was the only city other than San Jose that didn't already have a utility that didn't join us. They recently voted to join us, which increases our load 18%. So that's really exciting that we're now going to be providing 100% carbon-free electricity to 18% more than we had before. So that's very exciting, and the board approved their joining us, and they'll be launching power to them, I think, in May, if I remember correctly. And the last, I guess, exciting thing is we had a CEO leave in end of August, and I've been leading the hiring of a new CEO. And our board in closed session approved my and my subcommittee's recommendation. And the end of this week, his contract will be in the material for next week's board meeting. So that will then be public. But that's exciting that we have, I'll say, a very good CEO replacement coming. So with that, I'll move on to Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Since our last meeting, I also attended the parade as well as the tree lighting, and yesterday we had our finance committee meeting, and the mayor and I attended that, and we reviewed our comprehensive annual financial report was the main order of business.
And Ms. Jensen?
I also went to the parade, but I have nothing else to report.
Okay, manager matters or reports?
Thank you. We'd like to encourage everyone to shop local, shop in downtown Los Gatos this holiday season. Please visit the town's website for more information, including information about our free valet parking. Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is the consent calendar. Would any members of the council wish to pull an item from consent? Seeing none, would any members of the public wish to pull an item from our consent calendar? Seeing none, I will ask the council for a motion. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 8.
Second.
Looks like Mr. Leonardis on the second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Looks like it passed unanimously. Okay, so next on our agenda is verbal communication. At this time, we invite people to come and speak to us on items not on our agenda tonight. So, Madam Clerk, it looks like you did give me a few cards for verbal. So we'll start off with Bess, I'm not sure I can read this, Bess Weisma? Wiersma. Bess Wiersma, please come forward.
Hi, Bess Wiersma, Studio 3 Design, part of a team of architects that have been present probably for some of your town council hearings for some of our projects, and then also trying to get more active in some of the recent hillside design guideline activity that has been swirling around. I'm here tonight mainly because we're concerned at how quickly some of this has reached you guys. especially without special study sessions. Namely, you've got three different items on your agenda tonight, and there's been one that we've been pretty active on regarding sellers. That's not on your agenda tonight, and I believe, is that correct? Not on your agenda tonight. I think we're happy about that because that got a chance to actually go around and have an opportunity for those of us who work in this sector to have an impact on what's being said and put before you in a little bit greater detail. At past planning commissions, we were encouraged to, or asked, I guess, by a couple planning commissioners why we were not more active early on. And I think our consensus was that we really didn't know that some of these policy meetings were happening at the level that they were happening and with additional input from public members, and we were concerned that some of the direction of these were really out of sync with what we see current and future clients wanting in the direction of Los Gatos. And so tonight, we were also once again concerned, although you've moved rather quickly, Mayor Rennie, through the items 1 through 8, and here we are on, I guess, general business. But we wanted to respectfully request that you continue these items to a further date where we have a better chance as the public community that's directly affected by this to provide either input or comment in a productive manner. And I believe that you received an email from Gary Colsat, who's not here tonight, where he, I think, summed it up greatly by saying, you know, let's make sure that we can all participate in this in a proper fashion and not get kind of shoved around on agendas here or there at the end. And so rather than wait until 10 o'clock at night or 10:30 to hear that we were going to be continued on to another session, we wanted to respectfully request that some of the items maybe be considered and forwarded to a different meeting right now rather than go after CUP and Veterans Memorial. Thank you.
Questions from council? It looks like you have a question from Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clarify for me, what item or items are you speaking about on our agenda? I wasn't clear.
So I think specifically items 13, 14, and 16, if I'm not correct. And I think probably if I had to choose one that concerns us about not being vetted properly the most, it would indeed be the one that deals with visibility specifically. It's a very technical item that has not had robust conversation with the professionals locally, just like sellers.
Let me follow up on that. I know those items have been around. They have gone through the Planning Commission. Is there some reason that you or your colleagues didn't weigh in on them before?
Well, I think the first one that kind of jumped at us that was a major one that we found out about during the course of many of our individual companies' projects was more about seller policies. I think we had less of an issue with ADU and, you know, minor issues with some of the fencing ones specifically. So we were not active in those two as much as a group holistically. Again, I would say probably the same thing to you that we all spoke about at Planning Commission, which was, you know, I don't think any of us knew that certain policy meetings were being held and maybe shame on us for not knowing whenever every policy meeting was being held. I totally understand and respect that. However, when you see an entire community of the same profession stand up and go, hold on just a minute, something is very wrong, I think that it begs cause to pause and say, you know what, maybe we need to have a special study session. Maybe we need to pause on this and get input from original members of the Hillside Design Committee about intent. Maybe we need to talk to our professionals. Maybe we need to talk to community people who are going through the process right now, rather than just a select few who are part of that committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, no, we have another question. Councilmember Jensen, please.
Just an observation for the speaker and then a question through the mayor to Ms. Prevetti. As a member of the policy committee, we actually met on the visibility issue 6 or 7 times. There was an architect present, actually. But through Ms. Prevetti, can you remind everybody now that they're here when the policy committee meets and how those agendas get noticed?
Thank you. Typically, the policy committee meets on the third Thursday of every month at 10 a.m. in these chambers. If you sign up for What's New and ask for the agendas for the policy committee, you will get an email blast when those agendas are published.
Okay, thank you. So next speaker, I have Noel Cross.
Yes, hi, I'm Noel Cross. I'm an architect. I've done several projects in the community. I was part of a group of architects, probably heard me say this before, but that was invited by the town in 2002, 2004, in that period when the design guidelines were written and approved. And we were invited through the AIA by Los Gatos to come and have a study session, basically, and we got drafts of the ordinance, and we were able to redline it. We went to a couple of meetings here, right here at this table, and we were able to weigh in, and we actually thought that was a really wonderful process, and we were sort of wondering why that's not happening right now. Be happy to volunteer for that activity, and as a newly minted board member of the Silicon Valley AIA, I'd be happy to represent at meetings like that. And I think it's where a real, where you get a chance to more than 3 minutes to, sort of weigh in and really think about these issues. And, we've been doing this, I've been doing this my whole life. I've been an architect for 30 years now, and it was part of the original design guidelines, and I just think it's, as she's best was so eloquent in saying, is like it should really be, we should be able to be invited to the table in more than just, the meetings are on Thursday, but actually have a study session where we sit down and for 3-4 hours go through this, which is what we did the first time. Be happy to answer any questions.
And you're referring to the Hillside Guideline item on this?
Well, yeah, and the visibility is part of that. I'm not so concerned about the ADUs and the fences and hedges because they're relatively minor, and the ADUs is mostly sort of mandated by the state anyway. So we're really, the Hillside Design Guidelines was a very holistically designed thing, and thank gosh we were able to sort of, at least for the time being, prevail on the basement thing, because as you remember, our arguments were like, you can't take out one piece out of the Jenga thing and hope it's not going to fall down. And so this is, the visibility part of it is a big part of that.
Any further questions for Mr. Cross? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, so next up I have Angelia Dorner.
Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove, and I do want to echo the earlier comments. I attended those planning commission meetings, and we have been woefully, I think, woefully behind on noticing a number of these things. And as usual, it seems that these things that do have a overriding emphasis tend to be crammed through in the month of December. So I just wanted to give my support to those who were here. You have seen this a million times over the last 3.5 months, dealing with the conflict situations at Masal and Highway 9. We've always been focused, or at least I have always been presenting the issue on Highway 9 East. However, now I would like to take the opportunity to discuss Highway 9 West as well. We have a free right turn coming off of Santa Cruz Avenue, along with the 2 lanes coming in from across Santa Cruz Avenue. Everybody is racing like crazy to get through those merging arrows, which actually goes down to 1 lane before the second lane, or the lane for the left-hand turn into Massault, opens up. So you basically have a race going on, and the only thing that is their impediment is a sign that says "Don't pass." what can happen in that situation? Well, it has happened more than once, but this is just a recent example of what happened. And this was in November. So now I just want to summarize for you the fact that September 1, we lost a very valued member of our community. On November 17th at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, this car tried to stay away from someone trying to turn left on Masal and went straight into a pole instead. Thankfully, there was no one in the sidewalk or standing on the sidewalk or in the crosswalk, you name it. These things are just happening all the time. In addition, the bent-over U-turn sign is continually knocked over from one direction to the other, either people coming off of Santa Cruz, turning around to get back onto Santa Cruz where they're not supposed to, or people on Masal who get so frustrated after 7 or 8 minutes trying to get out on Highway 9 that they actually turn around and maybe even they go back home. So I do want to thank you for coming up with this corridor study, which first focuses safety, secondary focus being flow, but not counts. I'm a little confused on the scope of this, and I mentioned this before. Safety, I think we already know a lot about safety. Without counts and appropriate counts with flows, how can you adequately address safety? The other thing that most people in this room do not know is that there was a special meeting involving Senator Beal here in this room having to do with traffic. And he has said that he will help secure funding for our town. And so I would hope that, that he does that and that someone take the lead to follow through with him.
Thank you, Ms. Dorner. Are there any questions for Mrs. Dorner? Seeing none, thank you. So the last court I have for verbal communication, Brad McCurdy.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to talk. My name is Brad McCurdy. I'm a local architect, and my concern is with the agenda. And I know that you guys all realize how packed this agenda is, but I want to voice that I think, first and foremost, the goal of this chamber ought to be to get as much public input as possible. And I think one of the disincentives to that is the sheer number of agenda items and the order in which they're placed. One thing that I wanted to specifically mention is that I have noticed recently that continued items don't seem to be placed before items that are on the regular agenda anymore. And whether there's different kinds of items and that's a misperception on my part, I think when people come, end up waiting as they did in October to 11:30 or 12 o'clock to speak, and then have their item continued at 10:30, and then come to the following meeting only to find out that their item is number 16 on the agenda and that it's realistically not likely to be heard tonight. I think that can function as a disincentive to people coming and taking the time to speak their mind. And I want to make sure that we all figure out ways to make sure that we don't disincentivize that public contribution, because I think it's very important. So the number of items on the agenda tonight realistically is more than in October when the meeting went till 12:20 at night, and at 10:30 the last 2 items, if I remember correctly, were continued to future meetings. So I think out of respect for people who may be here to speak at number 16 or number 15, that it would be great if prior to 10:30 we could take the time to figure out how many items might need to be continued and to try to deal with that now rather than at 10:30. Thank you for your time.
All right, I'll see if there's any questions. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I don't have any more cards for verbal communications. If nobody else would. So seeing none, I'll close is this for verbal communication or for agenda item? Which agenda item? Okay, so I'm going to close, please hand to our clerk over here. I'm going to close the verbal portion of our meeting, and I'm going to go ahead and ask council if there's any interest in continuing any of the items on our agenda based on what you've heard. Councilmember Sack.
Actually, given the length of our agenda item, we have 16 items and we've heard 8. And given the comments, I would request that we at least continue item 16.
So is that, okay, that's,
I'm not sure procedurally because.
do we need a motion or just, we do need a motion? So would you like to make that a motion?
So moved into a motion to a date certain.
Councilmember Jensen.
That was going to be my question for a second. Does it go to a date certain for a council meeting?
Yes, we need a date certain.
All right, second.
All right, so before I guess we need to know what the date certain is before we vote on it. Do you have a recommendation?
We could do it on the 19th of December if the council wishes. We do have one land use appeal and other matters that have already been calendared for that night, but there should be opportunity for one more item.
Our challenge has been, I think we've gone till midnight every meeting for the last 6 or so, it seems like. So it's not like we can find a night when it's the schedule's not going to be full. So I guess we're looking at December 19th for a date certain. Is there any more discussion, council members? Okay, seeing none. Go ahead, Councilmember Jensen. Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, we will continue agenda item 16 to a date certain on December 19th. Councilmember Jensen.
So my question is, there's a regularly scheduled policy committee meeting on December 14th at 9 a.m. And I'm wondering whether procedurally, given the fact that this is on council for consideration, whether or not it could be added to the policy committee agenda so that people who want input can have input in that forum.
Certainly, we're always open for input by email or in-person testimony, and we would be happy to add this to the policy committee meeting. You have a recommendation already, but if the committee wishes to consider additional input, that would be certainly agreeable.
It's,
Thursday, December 14th at 9 a.m.
That's for the policy committee meeting. And it will come back to council on December 19th. Go ahead, Councilmember Sack.
Procedural question. Should any significant changes occur on the 14th, and we have this on the agenda for December 19th, realistically, would that be adequate time to incorporate any changes based on public comments we hear?
One option would be that we would provide several alternatives for the council to consider, the original policy committee recommendation, and then if we have another consensus alternative, we could provide that to the council so the way the council would have the choices. And then if there's additional work, then we would recommend to the mayor that we would continue it again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're ready to move on to agenda item number 9, which is conditional use permit for the toll house. Do we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. In February, this council approved a modification to a conditional use permit to allow for entertainment in the courtyard of the Toll House Hotel in conformance with the late night policy for entertainment. Pursuant to the operating agreement of that CUP, a review is required to ensure that the hotel is operating in compliance with the entertainment conditions. And the Toll House has provided a letter and a monitoring report. The letter explaining a cautious approach to the compliance, and the monitoring report monitoring the one entertainment event that was held during this review period. It does indicate that there are periods where sound levels exceeded the allowable maximums. However, the exceedance did not result in a noise complaint to the hotel, police department, nor code enforcement. So this evening, we're asking the town council to determine if there's merit to find compliance with the conditions of the CUP or exercise alternatives which are outlined in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you. You mentioned that there was an incident during one event where the sound level went over, but that didn't result in any complaints. I think I read in the staff report, and I just want to confirm that during the review period, there were no complaints that were received by the hotel, the police department, or co-compliance.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So I guess procedurally, we now give the CUP owner an opportunity to speak for 10 minutes. Let's call them up, please. And please feel free to not take 10 minutes if you don't need it.
Thank you very much. I will not. Hi, my name is Jim Gurney. I think I've seen all of you many times. You know what? Our whole mission statement on the CUP modification and the operator agreement was really a partnership with the community. I've been at and part of the Toll House for over 5 years, and for all of that time, we have enjoyed a very good relationship with the community and especially our neighbors. It's kind of an important thing to us that we do that because, you know, our philanthropic kind of human nature in the hospitality industry suggests we should do so. You know, I go back to a year and a half ago when we began this process, or a year ago. It feels like it's been forever. But in closing, you know, some of the staunchest opposers to us have now kind of written positive statements about the relationship with us. And I believe it's attachment number 1 from November 7th on your agenda items. And it really just kind of goes to show that, you know what, we're not perfect. We're not here to say we're perfect, but we care. Our intent is to be respectful to our neighbors at every level, and I believe we've done that. That's all I've got.
All right, thank you. Questions? Councilmember Spector?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since you received the CUP for entertainment, do I read the staff report correctly? You only had one instance where you had entertainment out in the outside area?
That's correct. We actually book these type of events pretty far out. You know, it's not like people get married and book their events in, you know, 60 or 90 days. The other thing is that we also understand that by placing a large number of people with entertainment on that 3,000 square foot courtyard is asking for trouble. So we still require that all large events actually have all entertainment indoors. We just really not comfortable modifying that policy at this point. We're experimenting. We're trying to really determine where the levels and thresholds. I mean, a Harley Davidson drives by, we're in trouble. An ambulance drives by, we're in trouble. You know, the sound ordinance as it exists today really is very prohibitive, and our kind of foray into doing these things has been very community-centric, and I think that because we've only had one event that specifically asked for that type of entertainment, and we cautioned them and we handled it, and you know what, we're kind of forward-thinking about the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sack? No, nothing?
Actually, I do have.
Okay, go ahead.
So one of the concerns that when we had this hearing was just your internal process, so that if there were to have a complaint, that you would have someone on site to immediately deal with it. Just walk us through the one event that you did have and how your staff monitored the noise and was able to just ensure that it was placed in the appropriate places, and that overall there was someone on site that was available to handle any issues. So,
thank you. We have a minimum of one manager on property at all times. And when we have events, we not only have the food and beverage manager, we have the banquet manager. On a Saturday, every single Saturday from May through October, we actually have what's called a manager on duty, which is really just a global manager just to be available to assist with any type of extraordinary activity in the building. So all three of those people are fully exposed and trained on handling the monitoring equipment. So it's not a perfect system yet, I'll be honest with you. You know, as we evolve, we want to be very cautious on how we handle the monitoring equipment as well as the events that we have. You know what? Zero tolerance is zero tolerance. We want to live in that zero tolerance world, and not having one complaint and getting feedback from one of our staunchest opposers, the Vargas, really suggests that we've kind of met those criteria, and having the people in place to manage it has been one of those steps.
Okay, any further questions from council? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So now I will call up others that are interested in speaking on this item. I have Larry Linhart. And I have no other cards. If you're interested in speaking on that, please turn something in to the clerk.
Hi, I'm Larry Linhart. I live at 30 Broadway, directly cat-a-corner to Toll House. And I appreciate the comments made by the management of the Toll House. The two things I would like to highlight is, number one, clearly no change in the CUP, so we have no change and no committed to change from that perspective. Two, it'd be wonderful, we all, in our lives, we agree that technology makes a lot of decisions for us, right? And what we've done is we put technology in place, which are sound monitors, to make sure that those decisions are being made and understood and graphically captured. What we've seen is those sound monitors have actually done exactly what we were concerned about, is documented the sound is outside of the bands, and that's why we use technology. In order for us to understand when those events would happen, it'd be terrific if the Toll House said, if we have that spirit, to reach out to us and let us know we're going to be having an event, just like we would with our neighbors, on Friday. Just let you know it's coming. We don't know. We have no idea. Many of us were out of town on the 26th. Would we be able to monitor it ourselves? No. That's why we all put in place the monitors to manage it. And the monitors told us what? That it was outside of the bands. So I respectfully ask all of us to pay attention to the technology we've used to employ. If all of us need to police our own society, then that's really asking a lot of all of us to do. That's why the technology is put into place. Respect what the Toll House is trying to do, but also respect that one, we're asking technology to do it. Two, we'd love them to outreach us, and let us know when they're going to have an event, and that'd be very appropriate from that perspective. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions from council members? Seeing none, thank you. So I have no other cards on this matter, so I will call the applicant back up. You have 5 minutes, or 1 minute, or 30 seconds, as you like.
Now I'm going to ramble on for a while. Mr. Leonard, very good feedback. You know what? The science is one of the angles that we use to kind of really develop some strategic processes. Unfortunately, the science as it exists still isn't perfect. We continue to evolve with it. I think that our demonstration that the community is our first priority and we've not had any complaints. I can't predict when an event is going to move from the inside to the outside, and I also can't predict when I might have an event that happens in a short period of time, what in a hotel world we call a pop-up. I also don't want to start disclosing a lot of what I do from my business. I want to make sure that the respect that we deliver to the community is paramount, but I don't also feel like that I have the same obligation. I mean, does everybody have to say what they're doing and when they're doing it in a business? So I don't necessarily agree with that. I want to be upfront and forthright. I guess my kind of closing remark on that is that events that do not include amplified sound or live music on my courtyard still fall within the original CUP and not under the operator agreement. And it's the operator agreement that we're actually really discussing, not the conditional use permit. So I will continue doing everything that we are doing. I will continue to have people involved. I feel that the hardship of having to disclose when I have events really puts me at a significant disadvantage to perhaps somebody that wants to look at it differently than I do. So I guess that would be my feedback on that.
All right, thank you. Questions from council? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So at this point, I'll close the public testimony for this item number 9 and come back to council, see if you have questions for staff or comments. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question of staff, probably Mr. Schultz, but I'm not sure. Today we had, item was coming back to us automatically. And so if in the future there is a violation of the sound ordinance under the CUP, what happens?
I believe we have penalties and ramifications that are addressed in that because we were detailed in both the operational agreement and the CUP. But we can pull that out and get you the answer to that.
Do council members have other questions while we're waiting for the answer to this one?
So there's actually many paragraphs that deal with it. We talk about if there's three exceedances that occur or three complaints, then that would be an automatic revocation, suspension, and modification by town council. There would have to be a hearing. We also talk about the ongoing compliance of the noise ordinance, and the requirement also the same is that they would have to come back and we could suspend or modify the CUP. So primarily our remedies are that it would immediately come back to council and they couldn't have any more events until it came back to council.
Thank you.
Follow-up questions? Councilmember Jensen.
I guess it's not, it's a procedural question, I suppose, for Ms. Pravetti or Mr. Schultz. The recommendation says, quote, perform a compliance review for CUP, blah-de-blah. Okay, we've done that. So absent any further action to change the operating agreement or the CUP, that remains in place, and we just say we've performed the compliance review, thank you. So there's no motion that happens?
Just to accept the report.
Okay, I move that we accept the report.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from council members? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. We're close item number 9 and move on to item number 10, which is to authorize the town manager to enter into a 2-year agreement with Los Gatos Music in the Park to produce, manage, and promote Summer Music in the Park concert series. Do we have a staff report, please?
Yes, good evening again. Since 1988, Music in the Park has been a free public summer concert series on Sundays afternoons. After the 2015 season, Los Gatos Music and Arts informed the town that it would no longer be putting on this series. In response to that, the council directed staff to issue a request for proposals for the production, management, and coordination of Music in the Park. In January 2016, the town council reviewed the 2 proposals that were submitted and entered into agreement with Los Gatos Music in the Park to hold the summer concert series. That agreement expired September 30th, 2017. Following that the final concert this past summer, staff and the Los Gatos Music in the Park organization have debriefed on the series and discussed an agreement contract for future years. Attachment 2 to the addendum staff report is a draft of the proposed agreement with Los Gatos Music in the Park, with comments in the margins of there as to the issues that we are not in agreement with Los Gatos Music in the Park and that we need input from council. I'm going to quickly go through those items that are still need direction from council. In paragraph 3 of the agreement is the grant funding. Los Gatos Music in the Park is requesting $11,000 for the 2018 season, which consists of the original $6,000 grant that was given the past 2 years, plus an additional $5,000 for private security and for 3 light towers at the park dance. The second item is paragraph 7, which is the payment for 2 special event application fees. Los Gatos Music in the Park is being asked to pay for 2 separate special event permits, one for the 10 concerts held here at Civic Center and one for the park dance held at the Oak Meadows Park. Staff feels it is necessary to collect the 2 fees because they are different locations, different event formats, and the conditions of approvals are different for the local event, for both local events. Los Gatos Music in the Park only paid 1 fee for the past 2 years for both of the separate events and only wants to continue to pay the 1 fee for the new agreement. At the current fee schedule, the difference is $178. The payment of the 2 banner application fees is kind of the same premises. They are allowed to hang banners here out in front of the Music in the Park and also at the park dance. Last year they only paid 1 banner fee, but staff has requested they pay both fees, which is $94. There's another clause that was added. This is in paragraph 10 on the limitations of amplified music. Based on community feedback last year, staff amended the agreement to limit extended periods of noise by not allowing sound checks to exceed 45 minutes, and that at all times before 5 p.m., the amplified music had to comply with the noise ordinance. Los Gatos Music in the Park does not want any additional noise restrictions placed on the event. Paragraph 21 is the security. MIP is asking for additional security beyond the events, and that additional security, they said, will be taken care of if the town grants the additional $5,000. The other item is number 30, which is alcohol in the green room. After staff was made aware of the presence of alcohol inside the green room, which is the council chamber lobby outside, language has been added to prohibit alcohol from the building. And beer and wine may be consumed on the Civic Center lawn with a food as allowed by town code. However, it is not permitted inside town facilities. Los Gatos Music in the Park wants no restrictions on alcohol in the green room, and they have not had any for the other 2 years of the agreement. Use of the town chambers as a lobby for the green room, which we call, for that item, for all uses of facilities, requires an attendant to be present at all times when any town facility is rented. For this, it would be $20 times 4. For the past 2 years, they have not been required to have that attendant. They've only paid the $20 just to open and then to lock up the facilities. That's a difference of $600. And then the final item is not really a dollar amount, but because the town no longer has those light towers that I referenced before, those clauses have been stricken out of the agreement because we allowed for those to be, we actually donated those in the previous 2 years. And Music in the Park is asking for an additional $5,000, which includes that security I mentioned also, but it's also will pay for the light towers. And so those are the issues we need weight on. They're either financial issues, which is the additional $5,000 and whether to pay the double fees for the different events, or it's about a policy issue dealing with alcohol and the attendant issue. And so with that, I'll turn it back to council.
So one quick question for you. Can you describe what a green room is? What do they use it for?
So the green room is the outside lobby chambers right there, and it's used for band members, the crew, the volunteers, and it's used for during the breaks times to relax. It's used for their restroom period. We have put further restrictions on there that they do agree with on it. It's limited to those people I just mentioned. Before, the agreement had no restrictions on who could come and go. And so there, at least in staff's opinion, there seemed to be quite a few people from the outside. So at least this year we have restricted it to those members I mentioned, which is management and volunteers of Los Gatos Music in the Park, the band members and members of the crew, the band crew that do lighting or sound.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, seeing none. We'll go ahead, Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you. I was trying to figure out the math on the addendum that we have. Paragraph 1, it says that Music in the Park is asking for $11,000, which consists of the original $6,000 plus $5,000. And if I look at the staff report on page 2 and 3, I've got a special event permit for their want $178, a banner application fee they want $94.62, security they want $5,000 for both Music in the Park and for the dance. So to me that's $10,000. And $5,000 for light towers and $600 for attendant. So when I added that up, I got $15,600, and this says $11,000. So where am I making the mistake?
So I tried to, and I'm sorry for that confusion. We tried to clear that at the addendum. So they're just asking for an additional $5,000, and that would pay for the security at the 10 park dances, 10 Music in the Park here at the Civic Center, plus security, or even for if our police is available at the park dance. So that $5,000 will pay for all the security for the 11 events, and it'll also pay for the light towers.
Okay, so the staff report was just putting $5,000 after each one. That's not a separate $5,000.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may just clarify, the 178 and the 94 for the additional permit costs, if council chose to absorb those, we just wanted to acknowledge what essentially the town's in-kind donation would be for Music in the Park.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, I'm going to open the public testimony. I only have 3 cards, and they're the 3 organizers from this event. If anybody else wishes to speak, please turn a card into the clerk so we can get through quickly. So I'm going to start with Ron Simner, please. Or actually, you guys can speak in any order you've planned. Feel free. You have 3 minutes each.
Good evening, Council. Ron is under the weather today. He's lost his voice, so we're going to do our best Penn and Teller. I'm going to speak for Ron and share what he's wanted to share. As Mr. Schultz shared, in January 2016, 2 years ago, we came to the town with a plan to continue Los Gatos Music in the Park, a 30-year Los Gatos tradition. Ron saw that the program was at risk of not happening anymore by an article in the Los Gatos Weekly, and he quickly started to put together a team and a plan, and we had it in front of council within a month, and we actually had an agreement within a month to take over Los Gatos Music in the Park. Our feeling is that the events have run really well for the past 2 years. I mean, we told you exactly what we were going to do and how we were going to do it, the type of music we were going to have, how we were going to organize it, promote it, and what our plan was, and I think we've delivered specifically to what we said that we were going to do, and we're very happy with the way that the concerts have run for the past 2 years. We view this agreement as a partnership with the town. It's something that most towns in the Bay Area, if they put on a concert like this, it's done internally by the town, usually by a park and rec department. We're kind of stepping in to fill that. In the nuances of this kind of public-private relationship, there's certain give and takes that we all have. And what you kind of see, what Mr. Schultz shared with you, is kind of our perspective about how to preserve kind of a healthy relationship in that public-private relationship. Our commitment is to the quality of these events and having a safe, family-oriented, wholesome, conducive event for the citizens of Los Gatos to enjoy. And again, they've been doing it for 30 years. We're very committed to the needs of the audience. We're committed to the needs of the town. So any issues that may come up, reactions to sound, reactions to bathroom lines, we try to be very responsive to those things. We take this commitment very seriously, that the qualitative experience of what people come on a Sunday afternoon in Los Gatos, we want to make sure that people are safe, that people are having a good time, and that people enjoy the events very much. In addition to the 10 weekly events, we also do the park dance, which in past years has been as many as 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 people. This year we had 110-degree weather, so it's a little bit less than that. But similarly, we have made a lot of efforts to make the park dance a safer, more enjoyable place, instituting things like shuttle buses from Vasona and making a relationship with Vasona in order to get people parked and over to the concerts. This is just another example of how we are really committed to making this a great experience for Los Gatans. We do this to service and possibly affect quality of life in our town and to promote unity and town spirit amongst our citizens. Los Gatos has been offering such a tradition for 30 years. Over the last several years, this has shifted to this public-private partnership with Los Gatos Music and Arts and then us, outside the purview of direct town control. These relationships have saved the town a lot of direct costs, but come with constraints of the business model the service organizations work under. We've put in thousands of hours, unpaid, uncompensated time, because we think it's a great thing to do for our town, and we'd love to continue doing it. And with that, I want to turn it over to my colleague and other director, Scott Canale, who kind of share with you our regular updates.
And for the record, you're Paul Kent. I don't think either of us mentioned your name.
Thanks. Yep.
And you're Scott Canale.
For the record, I'm Scott Canale, yeah. So I just wanted to, actually most of you probably already know this because you attend Music in the Park. I think I've seen all of you out there from time to time. But just wanted to kind of review, Paul mentioned that we think it's gone well. We think it's gone well because we have an increased attendance. We have between 2,500 and 4,000 people each week, with the lower number being when it's really hot. And otherwise, usually a very nice crowd each week, and more at the park dance. Metro, which is our local publication, rated, the Metro readers voted us the top local festival, and that's local festival of any kind. So compared to, the Oktoberfest in Campbell or Fiesta de Arts or whatever, Music in the Park was rated the #1 local festival for 2017. We hire and have built relationships with some of the very best cover bands in the Bay Area. Most of them don't normally play down here. There's no venue where they could make enough money to do that. We pay them a fraction of what they would normally get paid. We pay better than most civic festivals, but we pay still a fraction to these bands of what they normally get paid. And one of the reasons that we've built the good relationships and that and that bands like playing for us is that we take really good care of them. So we feed them. At the hot day, we give them a glass of wine or a beer, and that's part of why we're saying alcohol in the green room. It's just for the bands to be able to have, to say, here's a beer, and everybody outside that they're playing for is having beer and wine. So that's the way we've been doing it. It's one of the reasons that the bands feel like they're very well treated by us. So we've produced 22 concerts over the last 2 years and run them safely and increasingly effectively. We have friendly ushers that are volunteers that greet the attendees. We have 2 parking attendants each week that guide attendees to available parking, direct people to dropping off where they can drop off food and people without blocking Main Street. We've created a Lyft and Uber drop-off and pickup area to encourage public transportation. We have stage security, actually 2 levels of security, one to even get backstage, and then secondly to get into the green room. So we have color-coded wristbands, and is that going to go off, Shelley?
30 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so we've done a lot to try and keep the environment safe. We have band concierges that are in the green room the whole time that get there an hour before the band, set up for the band, monitor the band in there, clean up impeccably after the band every week. We have a sponsor concierge sitting back there, Denise, who takes care of our sponsors and makes sure they park in the right place and they do the right things. And we recruit, so I can just keep going, right?
Finish your sentence.
No, okay. Well, you said we could have as much time as we wanted between the 3 of us, but we recruit and manage about 35 volunteers each season. We train them both on our stuff. We give them sexual harassment training. We really take good care of them. And overall, we've worked to become an important piece of the fabric of Los Gatos. We're part of the Chamber of Commerce. We try and do interesting, fun posts about the bands that are coming up and what's going on at Music in the Park. And so those are the reasons that we feel like we've got a good thing going.
Okay, thank you.
So I just wanted to summarize our presentation to you and just say that the result of our work with staff to share with you, what our requirements are to continue to do this as uncompensated extensions of the town's Park and Recreations division. Most of the things, in fact, all of the things that you have in front of you, they're just extensions of the deal that we had going in, which we were happy with. We've asked for a change to security, but even that, we've had a park service officer and now we don't know that we're going to have that in the future, so we're kind of taking security very seriously, and so we're just going to make sure that we have security at the event as well. And then the other part of the cost was mostly to replace the lights that we were, again, granted and was provided to us in the past. So there's not really anything terribly new in the negotiation. We're really asking for parity in order to continue on what we had.
All right. So with that, I guess we will ask for questions from the council. Any questions from council? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So we received a desk item on this, and it has six asks, which have been discussed. And it has I guess, what we call like a red line version of an agreement. Did you get a chance to review that, and are you satisfied with that item?
We haven't seen the desk item. We had an exchange of emails, what we understood to be something from town attorney to us and our response to that, which is what we assume, but we haven't seen the actual desk item.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the only issues are the ones that I've brought up, which is, like I said, if the parity, as they put it, the parity, if in fact you grant the $5,000 to pay for the security and the light poles, and you do not charge the extra permit fees, nor make any changes to the green room or to the sound before 5 p.m., then all the other issues have resolved themselves between staff and the group. And I would say we do have at least I feel we have a good working relationship. The staff is very happy with the actual organization that's running the event. It's just that these issues were either because of community input or because of the fact that, you know, they're actually waiver of fees that we felt were necessary to bring to council.
Mr. Leonardis.
So the question leads to a question. So in other words, the items in the desk item, many of those, as you just mentioned, are still up in the air or in dispute. Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. I have no other cards, and if nobody else wishes to speak on this item, I'm going to close the public testimony, come back to council for more questions, motion, or discussion. Councilmember Sack.
Okay, just a couple questions of staff. The first, with regard to the light towers, so I understand they're requesting an additional $5,000. I'm assuming the bulk of that's for security. How much would the 3 light towers be? Okay, thank you. And so the second question is a more process question.
So that I think came not on a mic. So the answer was $600 for
$600 just for the
record.
light towers.
Yes.
So okay, and so the question I have. Last meeting, we had a conversation about community events, and it was pulled because there was some concern that there was no parity in how the town contributes funds in kind or financial to all of townwide events. And we had said at that time that we would have a discussion in January as to which events we would contribute to, and that way we'd be able to look at this townwide and see how much we'd like to set aside. If we wanted to wait for that discussion, is it possible to move forward on the policy issues while determining how much would be financially contributed to, or does this contract need to have those questions answered before it can proceed?
I'll try to give the answer that I think the organization, Los Gatos Music in the Park, would give, and that is that contracting with these bands is critical at this point in time, and they have to know whether they can move forward and have an agreement with the town. And so if you wait until, you know, the end of January or January when we're doing it, that might be a time when they're already starting to lose bands. So, and I think the major, I mean, you could do all the policy one, but the major one would be the issue regarding the security. My hope would be is even if we did not give any additional funds to the Los Gatos Music in the Park, we would still be able to find a solution to that issue, either training volunteers or someone else, if in fact the money was not given to them. But they might have a different opinion of not wanting to move forward if they can't have you know, an outside company do that security.
Further question? Okay, any, Councilmember Jensen.
So kind of along the same lines with the discussion that we were thinking about having in January, where we did a calendar, we talked about the various events that people wanted to have, and we always have a session every year where people come in and ask for money. It's our grant, I don't know what to call it. It's our agenda item where people ask for grants, and we have a process to do that. What my question is if the council were to determine that we were going to give X amount of dollars to Music in the Park, is that money that is no longer on the table for other groups or events that want to come in and get some help from the town?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. Being that there's a number of outstanding issues that are based on a future meetings and future input from the community, would it be possible to take their existing agreement and just extend it for 1 year and then try to resolve some of these outstanding issues in the coming months and draft a new agreement for next year?
So with that, what you would be doing is you'd be making some policy decision. One would be not to charge the fee for a separate fee for the park dance as opposed to Music in the Park. So technically you'd already be crossing that off your list. You wouldn't be charging 2 banner fees. You'd be crossing that off the list. You wouldn't be charging for the attendant for the 4 hours. You would be crossing that off the list. You'd be allowing the alcohol. So you'd really be doing all of the things that Los Gatos Music in the Park has done, except for one, and that's the additional $5,000 to cover the light poles. And because our agreement today says we're going to provide the light poles that we no longer have, so you wouldn't be able to address that issue. And then the question is whether Los Gatos Music in the Park would sign an agreement knowing that we don't provide police or security there, and they want additional money for it, and I don't know if they would sign that agreement or not.
Okay, Mr. Leonardis?
So a follow-up question. It sounds like they're happy with their existing agreement, and there are a number of outstanding issues that have not been addressed per se over the last 30 years of the program. And these are maybe what we call growing pains or new things that have never been brought forth before. And being that we are looking at revising some policies, some processes, some community grants for other volunteer organizations and other community events, it just seems logical to me, being that they have to start booking their gigs, so to speak, that there's a lot of discussion that has to occur. And I wouldn't want to move forward with anything this evening that requires a great deal of discussion, which may not be fair to other organizations, that would preclude them from getting the event moving for the next season. So I just don't feel any urgencies to adopt this evening. I would be more inclined to extend their existing agreement for 1 year and address some of these issues throughout the year, and then perhaps, so we have parity with the other organizations and other events in town. I mean, essentially, if we have to come up with $5,000 and make a decision about that this evening, will someone else say, well, we want $5,000 for security? And then if you have 10 events, that's another $50,000. That becomes a budgetary item.
So in that regard, if that was a motion, then it would be to keep the same terms and conditions that are currently in there and reserve the issue of whether to pay for security for this event or any other ones until that discussion occurs in January. And I'd have to go back to Los Gatos Music in the Park, and hopefully we can obtain that agreement with them and have the town manager execute that agreement, and we're off and running. If Los Gatos Music in the Park said no, they're not going to sign that agreement, then I think the backup is for staff would want that direction to immediately begin to go out for a request for proposals to find someone else to put on the Music in the Park event.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you. A question leads to another question. So, I mean, I don't want to blow our cover, so to speak, but there was never any security force out there. And I understand the importance of those types of things moving forward. But I think one of the speakers said that volunteers might be able to handle it. And that's the way it has always been done. So I don't want to, base a decision that could affect other organizations in town on just that one item this evening. So that's why I thought of the idea of just extending the existing agreement for 1 year. I mean, there are other things that have been brought up in the desk item, serving alcohol in the lobby. I don't know if that's always been done or not, but there may be some issues with that. Those things can be discussed and negotiated throughout the year, but I would just not want to see this organization not be able to move forward with getting their bands together and getting their lineup together because of some of these outstanding issues, which might take a great deal of time. And if we try to put this through this evening, it might not be fair to other organizations that are volunteering in the community. So I want...
Is that more of a question? That's a question, right?
That's just a comment.
Okay. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions probably for staff. There are a lot of issues that you pointed out, but I'm going to zero in on a couple because I think they even rise above policy and go to ordinances. And one is noise ordinance. We just saw it with the toll house. Is what is being requested consistent or inconsistent with our noise ordinance? And the follow-up question would be, for the past year or two, has the practice been consistent or inconsistent with the noise ordinance?
So for both the music in the park and the jazz in the Plaza, we have an agreement with them that would supersede our noise ordinance, and it allows them to exceed the noise ordinance during those concert series, because there's no way they could perform at those concerts without exceeding it, and it allows them to exceed it at a decibel level of 95, 300 feet from the property line, as opposed to our ordinance would be about 60 decibel levels from the property line. So there's a difference. So they have been, and they actually do have a noise monitor during their concerts, and they do monitor the noise levels during the concerts to make sure that they are meeting that. And if they're not, and in fact I've been there on the Sunday, if they're not, they do go to the sound and make them turn it down. So they have been in compliance with their agreement, and so has Jazz and the Plaza since we've had this agreement for 2 years. The issue has come up is that we had some complaints that the music was actually starting much earlier, 2 to 3, and it was the background music, not even the band playing. It was just from the speakers was the music coming. And so that was the issue we were trying to address in this new agreement, to try to keep that background music to much lower before the concert starts.
What does the current agreement say, if anything, or what has the practice been, if anything, with regard to the sound level of the earlier music and the time frame for the earlier music?
So the agreement right now says from between 2 and 10 p.m., they're allowed to exceed the noise ordinance by that 95 decibels. So they've actually been in compliance with that. It's just that we received complaints that it was much earlier than the 5 p.m. was exceeding that level, but but they were in compliance with the agreement, because that's the way that it was written.
And then with regard to liquor, I know that we do not allow organizations or individuals to have liquor in the lobby. What did the current agreement say in that regard, if anything?
Silent. Yes, it was silent.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sack.
Okay, so a couple questions. Let's start with the alcohol. Because it was silent, it's a legal question. Because it's silent, wouldn't we assume that it follows our current policies of having no alcohol in the lobby?
Yes, that would be our fallback, and that's what we've explained to the organization of it, and that's why it's in front of you, because we said we could not waive that. I will say, though, traditionally, as I've been told, it's always been used, and there's always been beer and wine or liquor available to the band members going back to when it was used in before Los Gatos Music in the Park.
Okay, and then the second question I have with regard to, let's see, I lost it. The security. Have there been problems that we are aware of that requires the security?
I would not say there's been any major problems whatsoever with the events, but anytime there is a crowd of, say, the 3,000 to 5,000 people, that cause concerns with our police chief and police department, and concerns was even raised by the organization that we should have additional security there. Their preference was to have police or the park officer there, but we just don't have that ability based on resources and staffing to be able to have them presence.
But you mentioned earlier that there's an opportunity to train staff.
Our initial was to try to take that in phases instead of requiring the extra expenses with security, was to actually have their volunteers meet with our police chief, is the wording we used in the agreement, and to go through some training and coordinate how to handle situations and who to call and what to do if there was a situation that arose.
Okay, and the last question with regard to the noise ordinance. So right now it's 2 to 10, and are the complaints that we've received from the community after the concert so that at 10 o'clock we've heard amplified, or is it prior to the concert?
Prior.
And without getting too technical, like how much louder? What decibels are we? Is it 1? Is it 2?
It was just, the complaints were that the music seemed to be starting before 5. Why is there loud music occurring prior to the date time that they were used to hearing the concert?
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you. So let me ask a couple questions. Who asked for the security? Was it us saying we needed security, or was it the Music in the Park people saying they needed security?
I'm not sure who would bring it up first. I know that they have concerns, and so do we. Like I said, anytime an event brings that many people, but who actually was the first one? We've talked about this over and over with this organization. And in any event that comes up, we begin to go through the clicking off of the questions that are asked to determine whether, what type of security, how many security there should be.
Second question, when did our current policy, and did it change so that there was no alcohol? I know we did a civic center use policy somewhat recently. Did that change the use of alcohol?
It made it clear for all town facilities that no alcohol was allowed. And that happened subsequent to the MIP agreement.
Okay, thank you. So one more question maybe for the town attorney. Should we be doing disclosures on this item?
It's I'm sorry, it's not a property right, so there's no need to do the ex-parte communications.
Okay. So the reason I actually said that is I wanted to mention that I've had several discussions with the organizers about this, and I'll just give you what I've learned. And part of the reason things are changing is it's a little bit different than the Music in the Park that occurred under the previous. I know that they've told me they've had challenges with their volunteers getting people to clear the paths, which are a requirement. They've had challenges getting people to quickly drop off and clear the red zone versus park and put their stuff down and take a long time. So I know that they're not comfortable, their volunteers are not comfortable doing this job, and that's why they really feel like it's not a training of volunteers for them. That's what I learned from them. Also, the type of music has changed, and it's I'm going to characterize it as more of a dance party than it used to be, and I think that's what they want. But it also means the crowd is a little bit different. It might be a more energetic crowd that might need more security. So those are, I guess, two things we just talked about that I know I've learned from them.
And those are the things that we talked about in our meetings with them in the debriefing, and not only after this year, the year before.
Okay. Any further questions from council members? So I guess I'm looking for a motion of some sort then. Councilmember Sack?
Okay, I'll try something. So first, I want to thank the organizers because 2 years ago, when there was the possibility of losing Music in the Park, you did all step up, and so I want to make sure that we thank you for that, and you did it in a rather quick fashion. But as we've learned today, there's growing pains, and I certainly don't want to stifle the creativity of the bands you choose and how they have to practice, but I do want to make sure that there's consistency and fairness, because what we have heard constantly is there's a perceived unfairness in who gets money and who doesn't. And so the process moving forward is that we will be looking at how much we want to look into community events and partnership, and then from that amount decide where that will go. So tonight, I'm not prepared to say 5,000 should be given to you without weighing the other organizations, but I am comfortable saying to continue with the original 6,000, and that the additional request for funding would be looked at as a lump sum when we do look at this as a whole in January. Now, there are options in between. I understand you have to book, and perhaps we can talk about some transitional things of utilizing staff training, volunteer training to get to that security that you're looking for. But again, I do think I'd like to have you secure in that 6,000, but not prepared to provide an additional amount at this point. So again, with all the other things like I'm looking at the special event fee for the banners as well as the event fee. You know, when we looked at this 2 years ago, we didn't differentiate between the two, and so if to continue in that spirit, I would be willing to waive the 178 as well as the 94. And the only other change I do feel that I would like to change and clarify in the next agreement is the alcohol in the lobby area. I understand that's a nice thing that you provide your band members. You're still welcome to provide it, but we have made it clear that in the facility, no alcohol is provided, and so I'd like to make sure that there's consistency with that ordinance that we have. So that's my motion.
All right, I have a motion. Councilmember Jensen.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Would we like further discussion? All right, then I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously. All right, so we're moving on to item number 11, which is consider an introduction of an ordinance amending the town code, Chapter 2, Division 4, conflict of interest and filing of statements. I'll let staff give further. Sorry?
I have a staff report if you'd like it.
Okay, yes, please.
Okay. So staff is requesting that Town Council approve an ordinance modification for the use of online or electronic filing of the Fair Political Practices Commission Conflict of Interest Form 700 for all filers and the campaign disclosure statements for candidates. Electronic filing reduces the filer's time to complete as well as staff time required to process the Form 700s and campaign forms, and also allows visibility in the public's eyes to view the filings at any time without waiting to come to the town clerk's office. An ordinance modification is required to comply with state law. This completes staff report, and staff is open to any edits or comments.
Questions from council members? Councilmember Jensen.
My question is that often when we represent the town on different committees and commissions, they also require their own conflict of interest statements. Some of them require them to be electronic. And my question is, will they be compatible across platforms, or will we end up doing 4 electronic filings?
So my understanding of the systems is some of them use one system and some use another. So those that use the same one, you would be able to use one filing, but if you're filing for 2 different organizations that use 2 different systems, you would have to do both of them.
Okay, further questions? I have one question. So it's, maybe it's a little bit of a concern. In the ordinance, you've coded in the $1,000 contribution level at which people have to file, and that's going to change over time. So if we have $1,000 in there, our code could become stale, and we have to remember to go change it. Is there a better way to word it?
Yes, you certainly could take that out and end it in that sentence just with pursuant to the government code. So you'd take out the last part of that sentence so that it would just reference pursuant to the government code section and not put in the language following there. And that would be acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public testimony. I have no cards on this item. Would anybody wish to speak on this item? Seeing nobody racing forward, I will close the public testimony and come back to the council for motion or questions or discussions. Councilmember Spector, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try a motion and move for the introduction and first reading of an ordinance by title only, approving the use of online or electronic filing of the Fair Political Practice Commission, FPPC, Conflict of Interest Form 700, and the campaign disclosure statements, modifying the document that we have limiting it to pursuant to government code with no amount of money stipulated.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Second.
I have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Seeing none, no opposed, it passes unanimously.
And I'll read the title of the ordinance.
Yes, please, read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the Town of Council of the Town of Los Gatos, amending Town Code, Chapter 2, Division 4, Conflict of Interest, Section 2.30.615, filing of statements, and adding Section 2.30.620, relating to electronic and paperless filing of Fair Political Practices Commission campaign disclosure statements.
All right, thank you. So seeing that, I'll close this item number 11 and move on to item number 12, which is to review, discuss, and provide direction regarding a potential increase in town council compensation. Do I have a staff report?
Yes, good evening again. Government Code Section 36516 sets forth the maximum salary for town council. The law provides that for towns with a population up to 35,000, council members may receive a salary of up to $300. In addition to this section, the code allows for a council salary increase of 5% for each calendar year since the last salary adjustment. Currently, town council members receive bi-monthly compensation in the amount of $75 and an auto allowance in the amount of $25 for a total of $200 per month. Town council members also have the opportunity to receive medical, dental, and retirement benefits, but these amounts are not included for purposes of determining compensation under the government code. Salaries for the town council members have not been adjusted since 1981, when the town council authorized the car allowance I just spoke of $50 per month. The maximum increase under the state law would be under the formula I just mentioned is 185%, 5% times 37 years since 1981. And the maximum permitted compensation for the town council would then be $570 per month. That's the existing $200 plus the aggregate $370. So the maximum you could raise your salary is to $570. You could pick any number in between there, or you could also not agree to any increase in compensation. I would say that it requires a majority vote. It also cannot be put into effect until after the next election. So it would not, if you did do the increase, it would not take effect until December 2018.
Okay, so I'll start off with the first question. So I'm a little bit confused. We're a town less than 35,000, so isn't the most $300 a month? But you said we could raise it to $570 based on the percentage increase.
So
so really the max is 300.
The max is 300 that they allow, but then you're allowed your 5%, if you want to call that a COLA increase, that you can do each time. So for example, if you rose it only to 270 this year, or 250, next year you could only do you could raise it back up to 300, but then every year past that you can do a 5% increase. For every calendar year you did not increase it, you get to go back to 1981 and recapture that.
So, okay. So the maximum is $570 then?
Yeah, maximum you can, at this point in time, would be $570.
Okay. Other questions from council member? Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. Would the 570 be inclusive of the car allowance?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you.
Other questions from council members? Okay, so seeing none, I will open the public testimony, and it does not look like I have any cards for this item either. Would any member of the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing nobody racing forward, I will close the public testimony on this and come back to council for further questions or discussion. Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Being that comparatively to the comprehensive analysis that staff did, seems like we're very much behind the times on this compensation. I would move that we move forward with the $570 per month, inclusive of the car allowance.
Do I have a second on this item? Seeing none, that motion fails for lack of a second. Councilmember Sack.
So I'm just going to make some comments. This is a difficult one for me because in so many ways it seems almost self-serving to give ourselves a raise. So, but on the other hand, $570 a month for at least probably 20 hours a week of dedicated time that we do is something that when I ask other people, would you be interested? They immediately say no. And so the self-serving part, yeah, perhaps that could be seen of it, but also if we're looking at long-term retention of any of our citizens who may be interested in running, would an increase be a future, if not an incentive, but would it be less of a disincentive for volunteering time to sit here for $200 a month? So I go back and forth, and I frankly don't know how to address this issue.
Councilmember Leonardis.
God helps those who help themselves. So here we have a situation where if you look at all the other cities, whether it's Campbell or Cupertino or anywhere else, they've obviously addressed this issue, and we haven't looked at it since 1981. And it may or may not affect me because I'm up for re-election this year, and who knows? So I'm not necessarily voting this through for myself. But as we go through all these things that have not been touched in 37 years in Los Gatos, and we update them, this is another one of those things. With respect to the amount of time, sometimes you put in 20 hours a week, sometimes you put in 40 hours a week or more. I know we're all going to be putting in about 6 hours this evening just for this meeting, and that does not include the prep time. We also had a lot of time logged in special events, fun things like parades and those things, which it's great to be a volunteer during those times. I guess the part that I have difficulty with is we go out and we meet a lot of constituents in the community, and that's what we've signed up for, and I enjoy doing that. But a lot of times you're throwing down $25 here, $40 here, because you're paying for your own coffee and your own meals, because when you meet with somebody, it's not necessarily fair for them to pick up the check for you. And quite frankly, there are some laws regarding that. You're not supposed to do a certain amount of meals and a certain amount of gifts, so I just never want to go into those areas. But it all adds up. So the stipend doesn't really cover things like that, and I just look to future people who may be volunteering for this job as a matter of fairness, that they would be better covered. And it looks like all the other cities and munis around us have got that figured out, perhaps with the exception of Monte Sereno, which did have a $300 per month compensation, but they since reversed it for whatever reason. So as a matter of fairness, and then kind of catching up with the times, and really a $50 auto allowance, I don't even, and you can't even pay for an inner tube on your bike with that these days. So I'm just trying to, what would be the budget impact for this annually?
I guess that's a question question for staff.
Our town attorney is doing some quick math for us, but safe to say we believe we can absorb an increase.
Okay, let's start with Councilmember Jensen.
So whether we can absorb an increase or not, I guess I'm with Councilwoman Sayock's first part of the question about whether is it self-serving or not, but more, is it good for the community? And if we're debating whether we can give Music in the Park $5,000 for security or $600 for lights, I don't know that we can laugh off absorbing $570 for us or whatever else goes with that. And as my husband always tells me, when I tell him that I make $92.35 every 2 weeks, he says, I'm worth every penny. And so I think that I'm okay with the $92.35. It's not a lot, but as Mr. Leonardis said, it really is a volunteer job. Nobody's doing this for the money. So I'm uncomfortable with raising our salary.
Okay, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Ms. Sayock in the sense that it's very uncomfortable to sit up here in front of all of you here in the chambers and those of you who may be watching on television, deciding whether or not I'm going to give myself a raise, albeit a very little raise. So it's uncomfortable. And plus, I've always felt as though if you're going to serve on the council, you do it because you have a passion for this town. And that's why you do it, not for your $70 or $100 or whatever. Now, having said that, I realize that $570 is less than I think anybody else in Santa Clara County, and it is not a lot of money, but it is maybe a reflection of the work we do. I believe Ms. Sayoc may have underestimated. I find that if I'm a council person, I work on the average of 20 hours a week, as vice mayor 25 hours a week, and as mayor 40 hours a week. So that's a lot of time. And you also have to stick that in when you're not doing your other job. So it is a long week. So with all that in mind, if somebody else on this council, because I don't have the nerve, would be willing to make a motion, I'd probably be willing to second it and or vote for it.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Because we pay our plumbers, Roto-Rooter guy, $400 when he comes to clean out your drain. He's there for 10 minutes. I think I have no shame. And it's not for me anyway, because I may not ever be reelected or run again or anything else. It's 2018, so it's not really voting for us. It's voting for future fairness. And somebody has to look out for the future, so I'll make the motion again that we increase it to $570 a month.
All right, do I have a second?
I will second it because I said I would.
All right, so I have a motion and a second, and I guess I'm the only one that hasn't commented on this. And again, it's kind of uncomfortable to vote yourself an increase, although I do think about, for myself or for, town managers, town attorneys, CEOs, where I'm on the board for, I tend to think in terms of averages. And if we're well below the average, it seems like something should change for whoever it is. And they're in our our council information, there's a salary survey, and I looked at the cities that were in there that were kind of near us. Campbell, Cupertino, Gilroy, Palo Alto, Los Altos Hills, and Morgan Hill were all numbers that we had, and I did an average, and the average came out to 618 for all those cities. I guess Los Altos Hills may be a town. So I guess 570 is still below the average of sort of our peer cities that we have information for. And so I'm thinking that I may support this motion also. Councilmember Leonardis.
One further comment, I did the math, and if you take 300 times 5 times 12 months, it was $22,200 a year. So I think that would be the net cost to the good citizens of Los Gatos. Now, being that we were probably undercompensated for the last 37 years, the town has made probably $20 million off of us. So.
All right, further comments? We're spending more time on this than it's probably worth. So I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
So I believe I had a 1 no from Councilmember Jensen. Passes 4-1. So let's close this item and move on to item number 13, which is a town code amendment for accessory dwelling units. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. In 2016, new state laws were passed regarding provisions for accessory dwelling units, formerly known as second dwelling units. And those were also, again, in 2017, there were other provisions which were added to that. The provisions largely relate to standards such as size, setbacks, height, conversion of existing space. So this went to Planning Commission in September originally to begin the discussion and the public outreach. The commission discussed it and continued to November, where they made a recommendation on the proposed amendments with modifications as outlined in the staff report. This evening, we're asking that Town Council consider the Planning Commission's recommendation, accept it, but they can also consider more or less restrictive provisions under the categories that are outlined in the staff report. And we're asking for you to introduce the ordinance this evening affecting the amendments by title only with any specific changes identified and agreed upon. And I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, we'll start with council questions for staff. Seeing no urgent questions, then okay, go ahead, Councilmember Sayak.
So I just want to make sure I understand. I'm looking at page 9 of the staff report. So the first one, the easy one, do we really have an ordinance on how many animals we can have? We do.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And I'm assuming that, actually, let's not even go there. Next question. The owner occupation, I want to make sure that I understand the recommendation being brought forward, is that at least one of the units, either at least the main home and or the accessory unit, the recommendation is that it has to be owner occupied. Okay. And the state recommendation or the state law is silent on that?
The state law allows that, allows the local jurisdiction to require that, but does not require the local jurisdiction to require that.
Okay. Those are my only questions.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So based on Councilmember Sayak's comments about the owner occupancy, how would we police that, and why does it make a difference if we're looking to increase the housing stock? In other words, if somebody had a property and they lived in the main house and they rented out the accessory unit and then they decided to rent out the main house also, or if somebody let one of their siblings live in the accessory unit and they rented out the main house, there's many scenarios. So why wouldn't we allow it to be non-owner occupied? I don't see any benefit to that.
So currently, we don't have the restrictions of requiring it to be owner occupied for a accessory dwelling unit or a secondary dwelling unit. This was brought forward as a recommendation from Planning Commission. The thought behind it, and I've been in many jurisdictions where they have it, the thought being is that usually secondary dwelling units are in a residential area and it's increasing the intensity and density by having the secondary dwelling units. And if one of them is owner occupied, you tend to keep noise down as opposed to renters. That's at least the theory behind the idea of having an owner occupied. As far as enforcement, it's very difficult. We would only be complaint driven if there was a complaint, maybe it was noise or whatever the complaint was, then we would go out and at that point in time determine if it was owner occupied or not. And staff might have something to add.
It would also be prospective, so if this ordinance passes with the Planning Commission recommendation, all existing accessory dwelling units without the deed restriction would be able to remain. It would only be the new ones approved with this code that would require the deed restriction.
Okay, further questions? Okay, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the documents we received from the community is attachment 10, and it was what I considered a careful analysis of the proposed ordinance by Ms. Quintana, but it's very extensive, and I do not anticipate that this council tonight is going to go through each of those items. But my question would be of staff. I am assuming staff has gone through that, and is there anything in what Ms. Quintana has proposed that staff would recommend us considering for our ordinance?
Thank you. Staff has gone through the recommendations. For many of them are requirements of the state law already and sort of restating what's in the state law or in our ordinance. There were a couple that, well, one in particular that we saw was getting rid of the ability to deny. There's language in the current ordinance that you can deny a ADU making a finding about how many, loss of housing units, and that doesn't seem applicable at this point. So removing that would be something we could do if the council finds that is amenable to that.
And can you tell us what you're looking at when you make these references?
Yes, I can, but I have to bring it up one second. The section of the ordinance.
That would be on page 2 of Ms. Quintana's recommendations under the denial.
Right, and then under the ordinance,
C2A.
the section talking about denial.
Right, I think that's what you meant.
Yeah. That was one item that we did look at, and I believe another one we looked at was a recommendation to possibly allow ADUs in the RD. I think the comment says R2, but it's actually the RD, the duplex zone. The current ordinance doesn't call that out as an allowable zone, but that is something the council could add should they wish to. And maybe, I don't know if Mr. Paulson has anything else to add to that?
Thank you, Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. I would just add that as you read through this and try to compare it to the draft brought forward by the Planning Commission, Ms. Quintana has some different ideas on how the ordinance should be organized. While that may be a better option for Ms. Quintana reading through it, staff doesn't think that that is necessary. And as Ms. Zarnowitz stated earlier, there's a lot of things that are really restating state law that we have to comply with anyhow, so we don't believe that they're necessary. If there's anything else specifically that you would like us to add, we definitely could do that. I think the other item that isn't currently in the ordinance, however, I think even in Ms. Quintana's comments, she says the town doesn't necessarily have the authority to implement this provision, is her comments relating to utilities. So those really would be dealt with by West Valley Sanitation District, the fire department, as far as anything that's relating to fire sprinklers, because those are required.
Let me, Mr. Mayor, if I might follow up.
Please, go ahead.
Going back to staff, you said that one of the elements of the proposal was to have the ADUs in an RD zone. Is that what you said?
That was an element that Ms. Quintana recommended.
Would you recommend it?
We would not disagree with that. It is a residential district. It has a 8,000 square foot minimum lot size. We don't know that it's a very extensive zone in the town, and again, the current ordinance didn't allow it, but yeah, I don't believe we're opposed to that.
And I know I wrote down C2A, but I was not actually.
I think I have it.
Okay.
Were you looking for the denial section?
I was looking for the page or paragraph on the proposed changes.
I see. So in the actual draft ordinance.
In Ms. Quintana's
Okay,
memo.
I was going to tell you in that one, it's number 12 is the denial, and it's 12A that refers to it.
Page 12?
It's number 12 and item A, and that's under the section, the ADU section, which is Article 1, Division 7, 29.10.305. I think Ms.
If it's simpler, Councilmember Spector, I think that page 2 of Ms. Quintana's memo is where she contains the same language, and that is down in section C2A, which is the portion that we think could be removed, which basically states that the town can deny an ADU application if we acknowledge limiting the housing opportunities in the region, which we don't believe is going to be something that we would take advantage of at this state.
Right, so in Ms. Quintana's memo or letter, the letters in black, that's the existing ordinance language for denial. And again, that's in that section on accessory dwelling units in the draft ordinance. And she's suggesting striking that first one.
Because it's inconsistent with the enabling legislation.
Yes, I think largely, and certainly with the intent anyway, I think she believes, is it? And these are ministerial approvals. So if they meet the standards, then it's like a building permit. It would be approved.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you. I'm looking at I guess it doesn't have page numbers on the proposed ordinance that's got the lines in it. It's attachment 9. And since it doesn't have page numbers, if I count, it's 6, basically where the chart is, the sliding scale chart, and then the paragraph after that are my questions. The state law allows up to 1,200 square feet, just kind of by right under the state law. And we have this sliding scale based upon the lot size, okay, that goes up to 1,200 square feet. But then we say in the proposed ordinance, but you must comply with floor area ratio standards for the primary structure, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if I have a lot with a primary structure that's got X amount and say I can go up to 1,200 square feet, but my primary structure is 1,000 square feet, then no matter what this sliding scale says, I can only have 200 square feet, right? And if my setbacks or something or other, I can have even less. Is that true?
That's correct. You still have to comply with the FAR,
So
lot coverage.
Okay. Okay, well, we can have a discussion later about whether or not that encourages secondary dwelling units, but okay.
And I would just like to add as well, I think Ms. Zarnowitz stated before, there's a lot of leeway for the council to choose to be either more restrictive or less restrictive than what the Planning Commission's recommendation was. And so there may be some merit for those things, and we look forward to that discussion following public testimony.
Okay. Any more questions? So seeing none right now, I will go ahead and open the public testimony. And surprisingly, I don't seem to have a single card for this one, actually. Seeing Ms. Dorner coming forward, I guess we will start with her. If anybody else would like to speak on this item, please get a card into the clerk.
Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove. I will not take my 3 minutes. I just wanted to say that the current ordinance does not require owner occupation of either the primary or accessory dwelling unit. And for us to now require it, even though the state does not require it, but does allow it, why are we being more restrictive when the entire intent of the state's laws is to increase the development of secondary units and the availability of housing? For example, let's just say that I have primary residence and I have a secondary unit which is being rented out. I've gotten older, maybe I've even gotten disabled, more disabled than I am now. Let's say that my neighbor actually develops a secondary unit. Well, for me, I can move into their secondary unit and rent out my primary unit. And wow, that means I get to stay in the neighborhood and I get to stay in California. If not, I've got to move to the Midwest. So, I just don't see why we would put that restriction on use of property. In addition, with existing units being grandfathered, that creates a disparity of rights between property owners and use of their own property. And why are we creating that kind of a conflict type situation between neighbors? As we're going through this process, we may as well try to be putting everyone on an equal level. The only other thing I would like to say is that the minimum lot size of 5,000 I think is reasonable, but I do hope that you guys do consider the FAR limits are very restrictive. I mean, everyone pretty much tries to have something close to FAR, and I don't even know if you'd be allowed to get an efficiency unit on some of these things, even though they have the space. Thank you.
All right, let's see if you have questions. Any questions for Ms. Dorner? Seeing none, thank you. I have no further cards on this item. I have one person coming forward. Please let us know who you are.
I'm Leslie Morley, and I just wanted a clarification of the comments that Steve brought up. If I have an accessory unit...
Yeah, please speak into the mic.
If I have an accessory unit on my property and I rent that out, and then I need to move away for whatever reason, job, care for a parent, or whatever, am I not allowed to rent out my main dwelling the way this is written?
So we don't answer questions directly. We may ask staff after you've finished.
Okay.
Do you have further comments?
No.
Does anybody have a question for the speaker, Ms.
Yes,
Spector?
Is it your position that you should be able to move away from your home at the same time that you have a rental, a secondary unit?
Yes, it is.
That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay. I still have no more cards on this item, so seeing nobody else coming forward, I'm going to close the public testimony and come back up to council for more questions, comments, or eventually a motion. Councilmember Jensen.
Okay, I'm just going to start out with a comment. I'm glad that the town is doing this, that we are going to try to come into compliance with the state law. This is the secondary units, or I'm sorry, accessory dwelling unit, as we're now calling them. We made a conscious decision to make these a part of our strategy to meet our regional housing needs assessment for affordable housing in Los Gatos. So it's in our general plan, and I think that we have an obligation as a council to make sure that we are trying to do as much as we can to get those units built and or legitimized and make them available for affordable housing, because often, especially in this community with the price of land, that's the way it can get done. And I often don't tell little stories, but I'm going to tell a little story because I happen to know someone who would love to build an accessory dwelling unit in our town. A young couple, the mother is a school teacher. They have a 4-year-old daughter and a 1-year-old daughter, and the father works for an athletic organization. The wife's mother lives in Los Gatos in the downtown area, and they have a 9,000 square foot lot that has 2 accessory units on it right now, but not that anyone can live in. So this family was looking for a place, and their in-laws are offering them, why don't you build a unit on our lot? So their lot is 9,000 square feet, and if you apply the FARs, despite the sliding scale, if you have a 2,800, you come out with 2,880 square feet of living area. The current house, the primary residence, is 2,511. Once you apply the FAR, the only thing you have left is 369 square feet for a family of 4. So they cannot build that. It's not an available affordable unit. And frankly, they're the kind of people that we want to make these units available for in the Bay Area. So my observation is that we could get a lot more units if we were to somehow disassociate the FAR for the affordable unit from the main unit. Because especially on a lot in downtown where you, for example, have a detached garage, you want to convert it, or you have something else, once you start adding up that square footage, you get disqualified right away under the FAR. And so if we're trying to meet the spirit of the law and create affordable housing and meet our housing element, it seems to me that we ought to do some kind of disassociation of the FAR of the accessory unit from the main unit to allow basically livable units. The chart is fine, but that chart becomes meaningless once the FARs are applied, in my opinion. So that's one issue. The second issue is I understand the Planning Commission's desire to keep things at 1 story. But if I have a detached garage, it would be a pretty easy thing for me to put a unit up there for my mother, my child, whoever it might be. I understand that that makes things higher, but that's a good way to allow affordable units. And frankly, by confining things to 1 story, I think we are eliminating a lot of possible units. And we're also maybe delegitimizing a bunch that exist that we're trying to bring into conformance. So those are my big issues. I don't really have an issue with owner-occupied. It makes sense to me what I've heard from the members of the public tonight about the issues that are associated with that. Other than that, I think the Planning Commission did a good job and the ordinance looks good, but I think we ought to be trying to be less restrictive rather than more restrictive, and we can respect how this lot coverage, maybe it's answered with lot coverage, not FAR, but it strikes me that by keeping those together, you eliminate a lot of possibilities. So I would advocate us divorcing the primary residence from the accessory residence as a square footage.
So I'll go ahead and weigh in now since it fits in perfectly with what was said. Actually, when I read this, I felt like same thing. We were trying to encourage ADUs so we don't have to build more units to meet our RENA number. It was part of our plan. This felt like it's not really encouraging ADUs very much. If we did nothing at all, if we didn't pass this, the state law is going to let a lot more ADUs to be encouraged, I think, than this would do. I agree. Again, the FAR was one of the things I was worried about, and I think there was a letter to the Planning Commission about using, I think, a 45% lot coverage limit or something like that. So lot coverage would make sense also. I have talked to number of people and in the Almond Grove where there's a lot of alleys and garages, and it's exactly people are thinking, oh, I could build an ADU over the garage and I could rent it out, and as I'm getting older and I don't really have a source of income, maybe I can move into the ADU and rent out the house. And so a lot of people are thinking this way, but this doesn't allow you to do that. We may also need to look at, I'd also add there was an email to the Planning Commission from to the Planning Commission from somebody on Johnson who said the same thing about their alley way and wanting to build something over their garage, and this wouldn't allow them to do that. The other place we might want to consider is setbacks. A lot of garages on the alleys are built at the property line. I think it makes sense not to build a two-story at property lines, but if the property line is on an alley, which effectively is a setback from somebody else's property, we might want to make that an exclusion that, on an alley, if you had a garage sitting on the alley and you wanted to build a two-story over it, assuming we let 2 stories, you'd now still have a setback issue there. So that's another thing to consider. I think I got a lot of my thoughts. I'll see if there's any other comments. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the items that we have been discussing, the not requiring it to be owner occupied seems reasonable. Adding the RD zone seems reasonable. I think that increasing the FAR or not allowing our current FAR to dictate is reasonable. My only question there is how much. I mean, you're not going to have 100%. So what is it? And I don't know where it goes from being total coverage. 2 stories, and it primarily seems to come up with 1 story over the garage. And that could become an issue if everything else is 1 story and this is 2 story. It could become an issue depending where it is on the property. If we're talking about a garage, it is possible to have your garage become the ADU, and as opposed to maintaining your garage and putting something on top. So that's a possibility. I just don't know what the look and feel is, as I don't know what it is with regard to the FAR. Oh, and I thought the Planning Commission did a great job.
And since I'm the mayor, I'll add my comment in here. There was also a letter from one of the architects to the Planning Commission. One of the suggestions was allowing second stories when there's already a second story on the main unit. So that would, if you went that direction, it would help Councilmember Spector's concern. So I'll go back to Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, and I read that too, and I thought that made perfect sense. What I was struggling with is a property with all 1 story or a neighborhood with predominantly with 1 story, and then putting your second story over the garage in that scenario. If it's already got a second story building on it, to me it's a no-brainer.
I'll go to Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. It was my understanding from past research that we don't allow living spaces over garages. Is that being changed? That was in our town ordinance.
So the current accessory dwelling unit ordinance or second unit ordinance doesn't allow a second story to be constructed on a garage for an ADU, if that's what you're asking. There are some existing, what were the existing unlawful ordinances that were grandfathered in the 80s, basically, that did have second floors, and they do exist. So there are some in town.
Thank you for that answer. So this new ordinance proposes that it will be allowed moving forward that there will be living space that can be constructed over a garage.
The ordinance as proposed or recommended by the Planning Commission doesn't allow that, a construction of a new second floor over a garage. But the state law requires that if a second story exists, any existing space within an existing primary unit or accessory structure has to be allowed to be converted to an accessory dwelling unit. And at least the size of what's been referred to this evening, an efficiency unit, which is essentially 150 square feet, a very small efficient unit.
Okay, thank you. Yes, because there was some discussion about constructing a secondary dwelling unit over a garage, but that's kind of a misnomer, essentially, because unless it's already there and has been grandfathered in, there will not be new construction over an existing garage.
And that's not what, right, that's what the Planning Commission, did not recommend that. But if the council wanted to recommend that, I believe they could. And I don't know if Mr. Paulson has anything to add.
I do. So I think that's what some of the conversation has been, is currently as proposed, the Planning Commission is not recommending allowing that situation of allowing a secondary or allowing an accessory dwelling unit above an existing detached garage or accessory structure, for instance. However, it appears that there is some interest in considering that, and then we would wait to see what comes out of the final vote from the council.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Sack.
So question on that. A hypothetical example of a garage right with no setback. It's right on the property line. If we were to allow second floor, because the primary was second floor, but it was right on the property line with no setback, how does that fit in these requirements?
So conversion of existing garages are only allowed to, only a setback, they have to meet fire codes, which is a very limited setback, if any. So they just have to meet the fire codes. There's a section related to if we do allow a second floor on top of a garage, and I'd have to find that for you while we continue. I'll look for it.
And I would just offer that there are building and fire codes. So if it was on the property line, for instance, it would have to be fire rated wall. You wouldn't be allowed to have window openings, so their egress windows would have to be on another elevation. So there would be provisions, but someone could technically build a second story above on property lines.
And I did find it in the state regs. No setback will be required for an existing garage converted, which is what I said, other than fire. But anyway, it's 5 feet from the side and rear lot line shall be required for an ADU that's built above a garage. So the jurisdiction couldn't require, I don't believe, more than 5 feet for the setback on that second floor above a garage.
Councilmember Jensen.
For whoever's the right person, is there a time consideration or pressure for this other than to just get it done and make sure that we can get it going? I'm just, as I listen to the discussion, I hear there's an interest in separating the primary residence FAR from the detached. I'm hearing a lot coverage, possible scenario for that. I'm hearing some acceptance of a possible 2 stories in some locations, alleyways, etc., with a general feeling that we would like to be able to create more rather than less of these units, but we need more information. So my question is, do we have to get this done right away, or could we get these kind of questions answered for us with additional information from the staff? And if we could, how long would that take?
I don't know about how long it'll take, but we're on no deadline to do it. We currently, it defaults to state law, and that's the way any applications come on, defaults to the state law and what's allowed and not allowed. But we want to move this forward as quick as possible, but I think it is important. These issues are important, and changes would need to be back. So you couldn't even if you're going to remove the owner occupancy issue, we'd have to bring it back for first reading anyways. Now it's just a time frame of when staff can bring it back with these issues related to FAR and secondary, second story issues.
And just to note that the key issue would be for the council to identify what the key items they're interested in adding.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. So when does the state law take effect?
It did at the beginning of this year.
Okay, so I guess it seems like we should be able to wrap this up. I feel like it's, we need to send it back to staff with some work. Do you need a motion to do that, or do you need a specific motion, or can you take, the ideas that have been here? You want us to vote on each specific idea?
So I think Councilmember Spector started that with a few of the items, but what we didn't touch on is I think the two issues is whether, in fact, council's in favor of the second story above garages, and then a recommendation on how to deal with the FAR issue. I think those are the two primary ones that we're looking for direction, and Mr.
Okay.
Paulson might have other ones that he needs direction on.
And I would just say that I think it's clear that the council's interested in looking at opportunities to make the production of accessory dwelling units simpler. So what we will do is look at some of the provisions, and the ones that pop in into my mind currently are the coverage restriction of the 15% of the building envelope for detached accessory structures. That's generally prohibitive. The FAR, as was mentioned, and then the second story above accessory structures. Sounds like there's support for if you have an existing second story home and you want to add an accessory dwelling unit on that second story. It sounds like there's some support for that. We can look at bringing forward options for council consideration on those amongst any other items that you may have that you want us to bring forward.
Okay, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With all of that in mind, I'm going to move that we return the draft ordinance to the staff with a request that they consider the language as proposed with the following potential modifications, that the units need not be, or the property, none of the buildings need to be owner occupied, that we can add it to the RD zone, to give us some statistics, numbers with regard to increasing the FAR, that we get wording to include the 2 stories when there is already a building with the 2 stories, but to give us information relating to items such as setbacks.
Okay, do I have a second? Councilmember Jensen.
I second it, but would ask the maker of the motion whether you would include in your list a discussion of lot coverage, examples of lot coverage in lieu of FAR, or the 15% lot coverage that Mr. Paulson was talking about.
Yes, I would also ask staff to report back to us on lot coverage when there is an ADU as opposed to, for example, FAR.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
All right. Any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a question. All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. So we'll close this item number. So
we would need a date certain that we can put in that motion in order that we don't have to do the notifications.
Okay, so we need some hint from staff also when they would be prepared.
And my request as the maker of the motion is it be sooner rather than later.
Staff recommends January 16th. Yeah. That is the second one.
Not on that calendar.
Yeah, we haven't updated our calendars, I'm sorry, but I believe
the third Tuesday of January, can we say it that way?
Yes, the third Tuesday of January, yes.
Okay, is that acceptable to the maker of the motion?
Yes, it is.
And the seconder of the motion? I guess we've already voted on it, so, all right, so we'll continue it to the third Tuesday of January. All right, so I know everybody's waiting very patiently. I think that the last 2 items, there's actually people waiting for both of them. I'm going to ask you to wait patiently just a little bit longer and let us take a quick bathroom break. So let's come back at 9:25. All right, I'm going to try to bring us back to order here, please. I know people don't want to be here all night. Council members are used to it, but
Thank you for all your help on the lighting and the parade. Thank you. Beautiful. Yeah, thank you.
all right. So if we could quiet, thank you. So I'm gonna bring us back to order. So I did have a request to move the Veterans Memorial one up because we had some older member of the audience. I just can't do it because I also know the people that are here for fences are here for the second time, so I don't think it would be fair. But I do have a lot of speaker cards, and to kind of be fair to, everybody not going to be here as long, I'm going to ask people to cut their comments to 2 minutes. So I'm going to give public speakers 2 minutes. So please be thinking about condensing your comments. I think it'll be more fair for those that have to come later in the evening. So the next agenda item up is going to be basically what we call our fence ordinance. So is staff ready for a report?
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. Before you tonight is consideration of an amendment to Chapter 29 of the Town Code regarding fences, hedges, and walls. Following a request from a community member, David Weissman, the council identified hillside fencing as a strategic priority in January of this year. Staff met several times with Dr. Weissman and Lee Quintana to refine a draft of the ordinance they had prepared. The Planning Commission reviewed the draft ordinance at their July 26th and September 13th meetings and approved a motion to forward the draft ordinance to the council with consideration of comments from commissioners and the public without a specific recommendation to approve or not. Under the current ordinance, permits are not required for fences in the town, regardless of the property being located in the hillside or not. The draft ordinance would separate the non-hillside properties from hillside properties, and the non-hillside properties would be regulated in a similar fashion to the current ordinance, while properties located in the hillside would require a permit. Fences would also be subject, these are for the hillside properties, fences would also be subject to regulations related to siting, design, materials, dimensions, and wildlife friendliness. The draft ordinance also includes a proposed increase to the maximum allowed height for fences in the non-hillside areas of town from 6 feet to a total of 7 feet, with the top foot being of lattice. This was a request made by a community member to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission was amenable to this change. A desk item has been provided, which includes additional public comment received by staff following the publishing of the staff report. Staff recommends the town council review the draft ordinance, discuss the topics of concern raised in the staff report, and introduce the ordinance affecting the amendments to the town code. This concludes staff's presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Do council members have questions for staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open the public testimony. So first up, I'm going to call David Weissman.
Dave Weissman. If you would please turn to page 16 and attachment 11 in your packets, especially the sections in red. Basically, because of comments from the public and the commissioners, we have drawn up a new draft of the fence ordinance. The draft designates 2 zones on every hillside parcel. The required yard, represented in pink, is that area that requires a fence permit for new fences. Such fences would be animal friendly. The widths of these pink setback areas are the same as in the current setback codes. Front yards 30 feet, side yards 20, rear yard 25 feet. Fences located anywhere else in the non-highlighted enclosed white area designated as the building envelope do not require a permit and can be of almost any construction type, continuing the same situation which is now permitted under the current fence ordinance. A few other points in this compromise draft. 1, all existing fences are grandfathered in. The fence requirements are tied to the zoning. That is, fences on lots, on small lots in HR1, the fence can actually go out to the property line. None of that fence has to be animal friendly. In zones HR 2.5, 5, and 20, the perimeter would require, in the pink area, an animal-friendly fence. These compromises address the concerns of property owners wanting to protect their children, pets, vegetable garden areas, and play areas.
Okay, so Dr. Weissman, do we have any questions for Dr. Weissman? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Mr. Wiseman, this document that you're putting up here, I know it's in our packet, but it's kind of a departure from the discussion that the Planning Commission had and the previous public hearings that were held on this topic. So this is, how can I say it? Well, what are the key differences? What was proposed before and what are the differences between what you are proposing now?
The draft that came to you from staff required that any fence farther than 30 feet from the house had to be animal friendly. Under our new proposal, any fence in the pink area, the required yard, only has to be animal friendly. And if your lot is in an area that's zoned HR1, in fact, the normal fencing can come out to the property line. None of the fencing in an HR1 zone lot has to be animal friendly. So within the white area, inside the pink area, you can basically now do anything you want. Anything, and which would be in a continuation of what the current code is. We made these changes based upon feedback that we got from the community and from the Planning Commission. And it's better than what we have now. It's certainly not as good as far as going along with what's in the Hillside Guidelines, and which are presented in the staff draft.
Go ahead.
One more. Has the Planning Commission had an opportunity to vet this new proposal?
They have not. This was submitted last week to staff. Staff made some comments, and that's as far as we've gone. Perhaps procedurally, we need to then, if you accept this as being a reasonable compromise, then I guess it would probably have to be re-agendized so that it has the proper time to be reviewed by the public.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions for Dr. Weissman? So I'll ask a couple. So just clarify for me. So you said any kind of fence can be built now inside the building envelope that's not the pink area. So what if I need a deer fence for my orchard? Can that be built inside that?
How far is it from, what is your zoning, and how far are you from your property line?
Okay, well, let's say I have a 1 acre lot with
Okay.
a small orchard.
And you can put a deer fence around your property.
And it can be,
Property.
What's the height limit on the deer fence?
8 feet.
8 feet? Okay. Can I build walls within the building envelope?
Again, on a 1 acre?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So what size lot do I need to now start worrying about an area where I can't build a fence?
HR2, it has to be zone HR 2.5 or above.
Okay. Anything else I need to know you didn't mention yet?
Lots of things.
All right. Any other questions? Councilmember Sayak.
So I want to make sure I understand. Let's say I have 3 acres. So, and
The size of the lot's less important than the zoning.
HR 3.
Okay, well, HR 2.5.
HR, yeah.
Okay.
2.5. So basically, I can have a fence around my play yard. I can have a fence around my, I can put as many fences as I want in that white area, and it's just what is in the pink, which is the setback around the entire 3 acres, is what would be animal friendly.
Yes, and any fence that you already have in gets to stay, is grandfathered in.
So I could, in theory, put an animal-friendly fence in the pink, and then a foot in, that's in the white, have an 8-foot fence.
Yes. But you would still have 25 feet from where you put your animal-friendly fence to the perimeter of your property.
And so that 25 feet, then if I understand what you've submitted, is to allow the wildlife corridor, which is what the whole intent was.
Exactly.
Okay.
Councilmember Jensen.
I'm having trouble figuring out the compromise. What I hear you say, correct me if I'm wrong, is that if I'm HR 1, the current fence ordinance applies to me. There's no change.
Yes.
Okay. If I live in the flats, you're accepting of the 6 feet plus lattice change. You don't, or you have no position on the flats. Your interest is in the hills.
The flats are basically unchanged from what they are now.
Okay. So if your compromise is don't change the ordinance except if you have a property zoned HR2?
And a half or above, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions from Council? Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. There was some language somewhere about permit fees being something expensive. I don't recall where I saw that, but there seemed to be some objection to that. What was your...
There was, and I called Portola Valley. This compromise is based upon the ordinance Portola Valley has had in effect since 2005. It's been well accepted and has worked well. And Portola Valley charges $110 for a permit for a perimeter animal-friendly fence and $225 for all other fence permits, which are much less than the staff appreciates that the current fee schedules are excessive. And that was certainly pointed out by the Planning Commission, too.
Follow on, Councilmember Leonardis, yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify that right now this is the first time that the public is hearing that information about, as part of your compromise, that the fee schedule will be proposed significantly reduced.
Well, this was talked about at the Planning Commission without coming up with specific numbers. The numbers I just gave you were numbers that I got from Portola Valley when I spoke to them. And yes, this is the first time I believe that's been presented.
Okay, but previously there was discussion of like a $2,600 fee, which was very excessive.
Yes,
And
I think
that's-
everybody agreed on that.
Okay, thank you.
So just refresh us. So what is the goal? What's the purpose? Why do we want the required yard?
I'd like to leave that to some of the speakers that will be coming after me.
Okay, sounds good. Any other questions for Dr. Weissman? Seeing none, I'm going to thank you and move on. So next up, I have Alice Kaufman and then Camille Najib Washob.
Good evening, Mayor Rennie and council members. My name is Alice Kaufman. I'm Legislative Advocacy Director for the Committee for Green Foothills, which is an environmental organization working to protect open space and natural resources in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. We've been around for 50 years. We've done a lot of work on protecting wildlife habitat in the hillsides and Santa Cruz Mountains in areas just like this. So obviously I'm here to urge you to adopt the hillside fencing ordinance. You know, the concern that you just brought up, Mayor, about sort of like, why do we need this? There is a real need for this ordinance. We're seeing a serious decline in wildlife populations, and we're seeing also an increase in human and animal conflict. We're seeing an increase in animals being hit by vehicles, in animals wandering into residential neighborhoods and so on. The fact is the animals are going to go where they need to go. And this ordinance is designed to reduce the amount of conflict and to allow animals to go where they need to go without having so much conflict with humans and with residential neighborhoods. And I'd like to address, in the time that I have left, I'd like to address some of the concerns that were raised by members of the public during the Planning Commission meeting. You know, there was a great deal of concern over, and I'm talking now about the draft that staff put forward, not the compromise that Dr. Weissman was talking about. There's a great deal of concern over the provision that includes repair of an existing fence. I just want to point out that this does not apply to repair of short sections of existing fences that comprise no more than 50% of that section of fence. So, for example, if somebody's fence got hit by a car, they are not going to have to replace it with a different kind of fence unless the car destroyed more than half of the fence. There was a concern over the kids' play areas, the vegetable gardens, and so on. Again, there are exceptions in the ordinance that would allow those areas to be fenced in. There were concerns expressed that this ordinance is one size fits all, that it doesn't take into account different kinds of property. I'd just like to point out zoning ordinances are one size fits all for a particular zone area. So.
Okay, questions? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Kaufman, by what you're saying, I understand that you are sensitive to the differences between what the Planning Commission sent to us and what the compromise that Dr. Weissman just gave us. Do you have a preference between one or the other, the compromise or the original proposal?
The original proposal is definitely stronger in terms of wildlife protection. I would say that probably our biggest concern with the compromise is the total exemption for the lots that are smaller than 2.5 acres. As I was saying, the wildlife conflicts when you have deer that are forced out into the road because there's a fence right there at the perimeter, right there at the roadway. That's a concern no matter how big the lot size is. So, to the extent that that situation can be avoided, that's something that should be looked at, no matter what the lot size is. I would point out also that the ordinance has a provision allowing exceptions for hardship. So, for example, if the particular characteristics of someone's lot means that it's just really not feasible for them to comply with this ordinance as it's written, then that's something that the staff could take into account and grant an exception.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Camila Najib Washob, and then after that will be Jim Vergara.
Good evening, Mayor Rennie and council members. My name is Camila Najib Washob, and I'm an intern with the Committee for Green Foothills. I'm here to encourage you to adopt the hillside fencing ordinance. There's often a perception among Bay Area residents who live near open space that the number of wildlife has increased in recent decades. But in actuality, the opposite is true. In fact, wildlife populations have declined significantly since the 1990s, largely due to the expansion of residential neighborhoods into wildlife habitat. California's deer population has decreased by 50%. Homeowners believe that wildlife is multiplying because they see them more often. They see them in their gardens, they see them on the roads. But this is precisely a function of animals being forced to travel through residential neighborhoods due to the loss of their own natural habitats. The expansion of population in the Bay Area has resulted in residential development pushing out what was formerly undisturbed wildlife habitat and blocking existent movement through corridors. Anyone who has seen a deer walking along the edge of a road hemmed in by walls and fences can understand the dangers animals undergo in order to reach their desired areas. Building tall fences may keep animals off the property, but it may also force them back to the road where there can be danger for both humans and animals. This fencing ordinance is intended to strike a compromise that it's not people versus animals, but it's how to live and coexist with animals.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. So next up I have Jim Vergara, and then Sam Chavitz.
Good evening. My name is Jim Vergara, and I live at 15310.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, my name is Jim Vergara. I live at 15310 Sueview Drive with my wife and my two small daughters. We bought this property a couple years ago, which is 2.6 acres, because we love the setting, the trees, the wildlife, the vegetation that come along with the property on a hillside. While it's enjoyable to see the deer and wildlife, as property owners, we should not be dictating on how we could or should protect our property. It appears that the property size was not taken into consideration when this ordinance was put into place. That was the one before this one. As this 30-foot limitation may work on some properties due to their size, but in my case, this would isolate my kids' playground structure / picnic area that I built around our beautiful trees to provide shade in the hot summer days for my small 6-year-old and 10-year-old daughter. With this ordinance, our children will be exposed to coyote, mountain lions, bobcats, deer, and other wildlife that frequently visit our property. We need to take a need-based approach versus one that is arbitrarily punitive and in many cases unnecessary. We live on a private street that basically the deer could run all over because everybody has 4 or 5 foot, 5 acre lots. And, you know, it just, there's no need in our place. That's why I'm saying that we should take an as need approach. I'd like to close by sharing you the results of the petition that just started 2 weeks ago. And you'll see there's over 200 people against the adoption of the proposed ordinance, and in many cases against any additional rules around fencing in the hillside over above what exists today. There are also numerous written comments worthy of reading and considering. The live survey resulted in over 268 people signing the petition. I'd like to see if I can leave you guys these.
You can give something to the clerk and she'll share. Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Vergara, are you familiar with the terms of the compromise that was proposed this evening by the first speaker?
The one that I wasn't able to see the whole, so I wasn't able to look at the screen. I was over there, but that's just new news. I came here under the old one, so I'm not aware of this one yet.
So that would be entirely new information to you and perhaps 268 other individuals who signed the petition?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Sam Chavitz, and then Richard Reed. And you can, of course, correct if you like.
Thank you, council members. My name is Sam Chavitz. I moved to Los Gatos a few years ago. I've lived both in the non-hillside, and now we moved up to the hillside residence, which we are trying to bring back to nature and really be a wonderful place for ourselves and our kids. I would say that having examined this ordinance, while I appreciate the desire to encourage wildlife growth and a sustainable wildlife population around our town, I would say that in many cases this is counterproductive, the way the ordinance is constructed, and including the compromise ordinance that's proposed. We live up on the hill just behind the library here. And that's an area that's zoned R120, but is part of the hillside overlay. Not entirely clear how this ordinance would apply in that situation. But a number of these areas that are close to town are corridors for wildlife to come into town and be interacting with humans even more readily than they are now. Many of these properties, corridors there are corridors to nowhere. Corridors into our town and into more populated residential areas. So I would submit to the council, having this issue having come up a few times now over the course of an entire year, clearly a very large number of people who feel very strongly against this issue, who live within this town and would be directly affected by it. I would urge the council not to postpone this, not to further discussion, not to continue to find alternative ways and force these same people to continue to come back month after month, but rather to reject this ordinance. It's an unnecessary change. It's not something that we should be all spending a tremendous amount of our time concerned about and coming to speak about.
Thank you. I'll see if you have any questions. Seeing none, thank you. So next up, I have Richard Reed and then Joanne Chout.
Hi, I'm Richard Reed. I'm a 29-year resident of Los Gatos. I live in the Hillside residential area, which is actually, according to the map, HR 5. I don't understand where the issues are. If I read this, it says that we want to make certain that fences do not interfere with wildlife corridors, ensure that fences do not impede movement of wildlife. Basically, our property backs up to well over 100,000, probably 1 million acres of open space. How corridors are being restricted is difficult for me to understand. This is crazy, okay? Where is the data that is driving this ordinance? As you can see, that was presented tonight, it's not thought out. It doesn't make sense. It's highly restrictive to the homeowners who spent a lot of money and put a lot of effort to live in these environments. It's very important that you, the town council, represents the citizens, the people who own this property. The fellows, the simple people who have this as their agenda, it's their agenda. It's not what the masses are. It's not what the people who own the property are. It's not the citizens of Los Gatos. I highly recommend that you vote this down. This is highly restrictive. Basically, you're taking away the rights, and you're not showing compensation to the homeowners of Los Gatos Hillside Residential.
Thank you. Let me see if you have questions. Seeing none, thank you. All right, so next up is Joanne Shoot, and then Lisa Dougherty.
I'm Joanne Shayette, and I'm here to voice my support for this, for restricting deer fences. Whenever I drive down the street, they're ugly, and whenever I can see them from my windows, they're ugly. I have 2 neighbors who have deer fences, so many of the deer come through my backyard. They're funneled in, so it's kind of a corridor. And the bobcats have set up an ambush back there. They wait a little bit behind the fence, and they've attacked and killed and started eating the fawns. So I think, what I'm trying to say is the corridors need to be wide enough so that 2 bobcats cannot shut it down. So I think that these primitive fences, a lot of them are excessive, they're ugly, and they are very unnatural for the wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. So next up, I have Lisa Doherty and then Ty Doherty.
Hello, my name is Lisa Dowdy, and I live on Siouxview Drive up in the East Los Gatos Hills. I spoke before, and because I really feel that this ordinance should just be rejected in total. I do not think that you can just throw a blanket ordinance over Los Gatos Hillside property. I have a 3-acre parcel, and it backs up to a 2.5-acre free non-buildable zone that gives so much wildlife movement through my property and my neighbor's property that we encounter deer and everything all of the time. I don't have any restrictive fencing on my property, and that does not stop the deer from being on the road, coyotes being on the road, anything like that. Animals are going to go where animals want to go. Okay, they're going to use the land that they want to use, and to try to fence it in and make corridors and do things that are going to try to make their lives better is just completely a non-starter. There's just no way to do that. So I'm asking the town council to completely reject this ordinance. I have complete confidence in the town of Los Gatos and the Planning Commission to be able to look at these properties on a case-by-case basis, to be able to assess them for what they are, and to be sure that the wildlife have what they need. They've been doing that for years now, and it's been working, and I'm saying if it's not broken, don't try to fix it. Make it be something else.
Thank you. Let me see if you have questions. Any questions? Nope. All right, thank you. So now Ty Dowdy. And then Alan Young.
Hello, my name is Ty Dowdy, and I come bringing two different viewpoints to this topic. First off, as a local real estate agent, I've been working down at Serena Group for about a year now, and I'm going through my real estate growing pains, but I've definitely learned a thing or two. And one of the biggest value dictators of property is location, but also second to that is size. And I think that this will directly affect property values within some of the most valuable areas within Los Gatos. And as I'm sure all of you know, property value also dictates property tax. So this would have an effect on local schools. This would have effect on local parks and other things that are subsidized by a lot of the things that local town owners use or pay. As long as my second viewpoint is as an aspiring Los Gatos resident myself, I've recently moved out, but I've been working hard to save up enough money and spend the millions that it takes to come back here. And I definitely don't want to have to spend that money and be dictated on how I use my property and how I can protect my property, along with, what things I can do for my family and stuff like that. So I move that you guys, for both current residents and future residents, you reject this proposal.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. So next up I have Alan Young and then Austin Donley.
I'm Alan Young. I live on Foster Road. Part of my property is in the town and part is in the county. I sort of would like to talk about over-regulation from various government people, because I've had cases where the county has come and told me I have to cut a fence down to half. It's been there since 1960. And then I find out that there is no rule that it has to be cut down to half height. And they ended up in court, and the county squandered almost $200,000 before some judge threw it out. And now she's no longer going for the position she was looking for, so everybody is very angry. But over-regulation allows people to do that sort of thing that gets everything snarled up in problems. And I've got an acre and a third, and in 1964, I think, I came home from work one day and my driveway was cut off 7 feet in the air. And they cut in loose dirt the height of this building, which now has fallen in. And I'm trying to repair that. And I can't have over-regulation saying I can't put a wall there to try to protect the property because everything's sliding in. And if you pass rules that are just built, it seems like the rule was built for little squares. And I have a triangle, but I'm trying to put a wall in there. It sounds like I can't put a wall in there. The whole thing is going into the town, pretty soon anyway.
All right, thank you. Let's see if you have any questions. Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, so next up, Austin Donley and then Casey Harnish.
Hello, my name is Austin Donnelly, and I live at 15305 Seaview Drive. I'm speaking on behalf of my parents, Peter and Julie Donnelly, today, who unfortunately couldn't make it because they're in the UK. To start off, I'd like to make things clear that protecting the hillside areas around Los Gatos is important. The Los Gatos Hillside Standards and Guidelines currently represent a comprehensive set of rules to ensure development on wildlife and habitat corridors. What is being proposed is either a solution looking for a problem or a poorly written document that assumes a problem exists everywhere. This right here is a site map of our home, and as you can see with the black lines, that's the 30-foot perimeter around our house. And as you can see, it is very restrictive, and it's kind of unfair. When you compare this to the orange perimeter, which is the current fence line that has been approved by the planning department, you can see it's a lot more reasonable and less restrictive. At the bottom where the green arrows are as well, or it's actually on the top of the screen, you can see there's an 85-foot wide corridor, and that's more than enough room to get wildlife to kind of move through. So what I think is, rather than taking an approach that assumes every property has a problem, we should focus our attention on areas and properties that this problem exists. First, we should identify what the problem is or the issue we're trying to avoid, and then we should have a process to define when these problems actually exist and kind of how to go about fixing them. This simplified approach would simplify the requirements for property owners to remain compliant. It'll minimize the work required for property owners to confirm compliance, and it only imposes additional restrictions where the problem actually exists. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for sending us your parents' message. Next up, Casey Harnish, and then Kit Gordon.
Hi, my name's Casey Harnish. I moved to Los Gatos about 2.5 years ago from the thriving metropolis of Montecito. The reason we moved is because we found the perfect property. We had 2 acres, fenced in, kids could sit in the backyard and play. I didn't find out about this until a couple of days ago, this fence ordinance, so I'm a little behind on it. But my biggest concern when I saw it was the 30 foot from the main dwelling unit. Looks like he's trying to address that in the compromise. Again, I don't even like the compromise, but that's at least a step in the right direction. Overall, I would just recommend just rejecting the ordinance altogether. And everyone else, I think, has covered everything I've wanted to say tonight. So thanks for your time.
All right, thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you. Next up, Kit Gordon, and then Mackenzie Mossing.
Hi, I'm Kit Gordon, speaking on behalf of Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'd like to speak on 2 points tonight: Lyme disease and wildlife corridors. Wildlife corridors promote healthy and diverse gene pools for the many species that live in our area. Habitat fragmentation, however, can decrease biodiversity through increased predation, inbreeding, genetic defects, and disease. Adequate wildlife corridors benefit animals, plants, insects, birds, as well as humans. Biodiversity requires not only wildlife permeability, but also includes native plants to sustain our native species. We urge for policies that protect native vegetation along wildlife corridors. Locally, partnerships are investing millions of dollars. I think I'm not going to read them all, but there's about a dozen organizations that all acknowledge the importance of wildlife corridors, and they're investing in evaluating them. And I urge the council to support a fence ordinance that does allow wildlife permeability. And based on what I've heard tonight, perhaps the council should do a wildlife corridor study. I also would like to talk about Lyme disease. There's a lot of misinformation. Ticks are on all animals, not just mammals. Keeping deer out of your garden will not reduce the presence of ticks. Ticks arrive through the passage of raccoons, rodents, squirrels, pets, lizards, and even birds. There's no animal without ticks. The role played by deer in spreading Lyme disease has been misconstrued. Gray squirrels are far more likely to infect a tick with Lyme disease than a deer is. For example, deer have been shown to affect only 1% of the larval ticks that feed on them, whereas western gray squirrels infect 96 or 86% of the ticks that infect them. It's definitely squirrels, not deer, that are the proliferators of Lyme disease. And an interesting fact is that western fence lizards help reduce the presence of Lyme disease. Lyme disease is, western fence lizards have a protein in their blood that when the tick bites them, neutralizes the Lyme disease, and when the tick falls off, the tick remains neutralized.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You referenced a need to do a wildlife corridor study. What's that look like? What's that all about?
Well, I know several are happening currently in Coyote Valley, as well as areas around Highway 17. It would be hiring someone who could evaluate your area and determine what are the major corridors. Obviously, riparian corridors are the prime important areas, and I think your fence ordinance already does not allow fences in riparian corridors. But there are ways to determine what are the major corridors through your town, where can the animals go, so there aren't dead ends, so there aren't restrictions. So there can be migration. Los Gatos is a migration path between different ranges, and I think it's making sure that that there is a way for animals to migrate through the town.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, next up is Mackenzie Mossing, and then Anita Manosha.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mackenzie Mossing, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. Our organization works to promote the enjoyment, understanding, and protection of birds and other wildlife through birding, education, and conservation. I'm here tonight to encourage you to adopt the ordinance. Our organization has received numerous reports and pictures over the years of deer tangled in fencing where they're left to starve to death or result in serious injury. We also see reports of wildlife being hit by cars due to impassable fence lines along the roads. So we believe this ordinance is a responsible solution and a preventative measure. I won't talk too much about what a lot of the other environmental groups have touched on, but I'd like to address some of the concerns that have been raised here. A lot of people are asking for an as-needed approach, but I believe that an as-needed approach might be too late for some of these animals. If you take it on a case-by-case basis, the city might be chasing its tail around trying to figure out where these animals are moving, and we know that this is a problem region-wide. So if the town can address this, it'd be a really great step towards demonstrating leadership. So with that, I applaud the town of Los Gatos for taking significant steps towards reducing the impacts of urban sprawl on our natural environment. And I believe that by incorporating wildlife-friendly fencing into the town code, it will align with the guidelines, the Hillside Guidelines vision of preserving wildlife habitat movement corridors and prevent human-wildlife conflicts before they arise. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Anik Menosha, and then John Bourgeois.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, council members. I just wanted to tell you, we live in Shannon Valley Ranch, a planned community by the planning department that was planned perfectly. We have about 3 to 4 acres, and we already have open fencing created for wildlife corridors. This will restrict our property so much that our pool, our barbecue unit, and everything will be already outside of our restricted fence line. This is impossible for us to do, to make our fence line outside, leaving us vulnerable to animals like mountain lions and things like that. I think this is poorly thought out. It doesn't take into consideration permits that the Town Planning Commission has already granted our community, and we have those open corridors for this. I think from the overwhelming responses you're getting, you're seeing how unprepared and how unstructured this report is, with compromises down to the last minute. I strongly urge you to reject this. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, so next up, John Bourgeois, and then David Klinginger.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Good evening, council members. I'm just here to express my support for the ordinance and the town staff recommendation. If you look at the opening paragraph of the Hillside Standards and Guidelines, it very clearly articulates the value that the community places on the hillsides. And we have an entire chapter devoted to fences in the Hillside Standards and Guidelines. Where the process is broken is that it's not in the ordinance. We don't have, like, once Planning Commission approves an A&S, there's nothing to stop that property from going in and immediately after approval building a fence to whatever specifications they want. So this is, to me, I see this as just closing the loop of policies, our guidelines and standards that we've had in place for a long time, that we've all worked very hard on and worked hard to uphold, and this is just codifying it in the ordinance. So I strongly support adoption of some form of them.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any questions. Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bourgeois. Next up, David Klinginger. Maybe you better help me with your name, and then Bill Kraus.
Yes, my name is Dave Klinger. I'd like to just interrupt the current programming here to talk just briefly about the non-hillside fence height.
Okay.
I had raised a number of issues in a letter, and we took it to the Planning Commission. I sent you here just last evening a desk copy of summarizing an improvement on that. So I urge you tonight, because it's a separate issue from the current discussion going on, to approve the increase to 7 feet with 1 foot of lattice on the fence, which will resolve a lot of non-compliance issues in the community.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Bill Kraus, and then Bruce McComb.
Bill Kraus. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for over 50 years, live in the hillside area. I've worked as a volunteer for the Forest Service, so I think I care about wildlife. That's one reason I did it. Family had a ranch up in Oregon, saw a lot of fences, and also wildlife that went across those fences. We had our entire ranch, perimeter fences, cross fences, deer, migrating elk, coyotes, raccoons, no problem. They got through. If you build the right type of fence, they can get through. You don't have to restrict the areas of the fences. And then why are there fewer animals? It's not because of fences, it's because we're building residential areas on orchards and things, and we're pushing the animals out. So let's not blame fences for what they're not doing. Also, I have a big problem with the ordinance because it's written with a lack of trust. If you're down in a non-hillside lot, you can build a fence as long as it complies with the ordinance. But if you're up in the hillside area, shame on you. We don't trust you. You need a permit, even if it complies with certain guidelines. So I think these are problems. I think the ordinance needs to be scrapped. Find the reason for the ordinance and start over if there's really a reason for it. Thank you. Please reject the ordinance.
Thank you. Let's see if you have any questions. Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Bruce McComb, and then Deborah Acosta.
Good evening. My name is Bruce McCombs. I live at on Kennedy Road in Los Gatos. My wife and I are, sorry. Good evening. My name is Bruce McCombs. I live on Kennedy Road in Los Gatos. My wife and I are lifelong residents of Los Gatos. We lived in our current home for a little more than 40 years. Our home is located on a hillside just above Kennedy Meadows. Our property has a total of 7 paths that the deer and other wildlife in our neighborhood have created over the years. They use these paths nearly every day as they make their way down from the hillside above our house to the meadow across Kennedy Road. With your permission, I'd like to share a few photos that I hope will be of interest to the council. My wife took this first photo from our driveway last summer. The doe and fawn shown here are standing on the several paths that run through our property. Here's a photo of 2 fawns gazing at us from our front lawn as we're sitting in my office one morning last year. I'm here this evening to discuss the very clear and decidedly negative impact that steel and chain link fences are having on the deer and other wildlife who live in our area, most especially the young fawns who are learning to navigate their way around the neighborhood. I'm very encouraged to know that the town of Los Gatos is considering a proposal which would protect wildlife-friendly corridors that have existed in our hillside for centuries by eliminating the future construction of steel and chain link fences on many hillside properties. The proposed ordinance states that these fences that are already in place would remain, and rightfully so, but new construction of steel and chain link fences on hillside properties would no longer be permitted. This is a very fair and reasonable solution, and I hope the town council will support this evening. Here are 2 examples of steel fences that have been built in our neighborhood. So I hope we can agree this fence absolutely does not promote wildlife-friendly areas. So for what a wildlife-friendly fence might look like, here's a photograph, here's a drawing of such a fence. The fence is approximately 42 inches in height. It's considered by many experts to be the ideal height for a wildlife-friendly fence. So we can see the design is simple, attractive, and blends well in a hillside environment. In closing, I ask that you please approve this proposal. I think it's necessary, and I'll do anything I can to help you make that happen.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
Next up, Deborah Acosta, and then Rupar Iyer.
Hi, I'm Deborah Acosta, and I live on Kimball Avenue, just over the hill behind the building here. And I can appreciate that the folks who wrote this put in some exceptions to the 30-foot rule in the hillside areas, one of which is if you have a vineyard, an orchard, or a vegetable garden, but 42 inches is completely, the way I read it is it's still a 42-inch limit on the height. It's a 6-foot height limit if you're within the 30 feet, but once you get beyond that, it's 42 inches. And if any of my neighbors have figured out how to keep the animals out of a 42-inch fence, I'd love to hear from them, because it's completely inadequate if you actually have that sort of area, vegetable garden or an orchard, and you're trying to keep animals out. So I don't know where that number came from, but it's, from my experience, is completely inadequate and too short. So I don't know how that came out of the input from the group meetings. And I'd be interested in knowing that, or if that could be improved upon, because it's completely inadequate.
Okay, any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, next up, Rupar Inyar, and then Paul Lacey.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I hope you can hear me here. We've been a resident of Los Gatos for about 17 years. My daughters and our family have pretty much grown up here and really love the place. We live up the hillside on Kennedy Road, right next to the Sierra Azul Preserve, and there are about, I think, 18,000 plus acres of land adjacent to our property, and we enjoy seeing the deer and the wildlife there. I really don't believe that this is well thought out. Imposing regulations on residents living up the hillside can really affect property values of our properties there, and property tax as a result. And not only that, it endangers our children, future grandchildren that I'm hoping to have. I have a lot of cats who roam my property. I certainly don't want coyotes getting in and eating up my cats or my dogs. And I heard one of the people who talked earlier about Lyme disease not being a risk, and I actually disagree. I'm an alternate medicine doctor. I've been seeing a lot of cases of Lyme disease, particularly where residents have closer contact with deer. And I certainly hope that you will reject this proposal. I don't think it's been well thought out and not in the best interests of residents who've lived and enjoyed this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? All right. So next up is Paul Lacey, and that's my last card.
Yeah, last was the best. What are fences for? To keep people out and animals. When you make a corridor for an animal, you also make it for the crooks. I think we lost sight of what the fences are really for. I have a lot of land. I live on Blackberry Hill Road, and I live on 4 acres, most of it fenced. I feel much more secure with that fence to keep people out than I do animals. I think you all lost the whole perspective of what fences are for. That's all I got to say.
All right. Any?
I totally object to having the ordinance passed.
All right. Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Seeing none. So that was my last card. Does anybody else wish to speak to us? Okay. Seeing none, I will. One rushing forward. All right. Thank you. It looks like Linda Kaplinger.
Pronounced it right. Thank you. I had made a bunch of slides, but I feel like everybody kind of said a lot of the things that I'd wanted to say. But I think one of the things that is kind of missed, but two of the gentlemen over there had alluded to, is that this idea of a hillside corridor. Corridors are like large open space areas with a corridor that goes to another open space area. You would typically expect to see something like that going maybe from one side of Highway 17 to the other, like an underpass allowing animals to traverse. I think the problem with the idea of a hillside corridor here is that we're allowing animals to go from an open space area like St. Joseph's Hill directly into town, and it's not like we're making a path for them to get to Vasona or some other place. We're inviting them into our neighborhoods, and when we invite deer in, we're inviting their predators, which are mountain lions. I live up on Jones Road, and 2 Decembers ago, right around Christmas time, a mountain lion took down a huge buck about 5 doors down from us. And I live in a hillside area that's not supposed to be affected by this because I'm on half an acre. But that's a little scary. My stepson, who's 11 years old, is frightened to sleep in our backyard because we have bobcats that can traverse a 6-foot fence with ease. He doesn't want to go out at night to let the dog go to the bathroom because he's afraid the bobcat's going to get back there. So it's a little terrifying for children. Another thing that I've noticed is that there's houses across the street from us which don't fall into the hillside area, the green map that I've seen on the website. Those houses which abut right next to the open space area would be allowed to have a 7-foot fence. So how do the deer actually get through their yards? The answer is that they wouldn't be able to. The deer walk up and down the creek area, the mountain lions follow them, and I don't know if a lot of you have noticed, but about 2 months ago there was another deer right on the flume trail that had been taken down by a mountain lion. So allowing the deer to come into these neighborhoods means that we're also bringing in the mountain lions as well. So that's a bit scary.
All right, thank you. Time is up.
Sorry.
Any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I have one more.
Volunteer.
Yeah, please give us your name.
Name's Steve Dowdy. I've been a resident of Los Gatos since 1959. Like I said before, I spoke before, my wife is here and my son is also here. When I was young, growing up here, there was no deer. It was really rare to see a lot of the animals. And it's amazing, now we live up on Sioux View. I grew up on Kennedy, and it was a big deal to see the animals when I was young. Now I see them every day, so I don't believe that there's a shortage of them. And my biggest thing is I'm trying to understand, they made some compromises here. I'm a contractor by trade. And he's saying that if you have a 1-acre lot, you can have your fence all the way to the outside. Where I live, I have 3.5 acres, but I do know that there are a lot of lots in Los Gatos that are up in the hills and they're 1 acre. So does that mean that you get to put your fence all the way on your perimeter where your neighbor might have 3 acres, so he's limited to where he can put his fence? And I am also a firm believer in a fence is there for a reason. I live up on a hill, on a private road. I like it to be private, and I definitely do not want people wandering around on my property. Like before we had our gate, we used to have people up there all the time. We'd have to chase the kids off. So I definitely agree the fence is also for our security. So that's my biggest thing. And I appreciate their opinion also, but I do believe we have an awful lot of wildlife in Los Gatos, and I certainly appreciate it all. So I don't see that there is a reason to have a new rule because you already have a lot of good rules. That's it.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. All right, so I am out of cards again. So seeing nobody else coming forward, I'm going to close the public testimony and bring it back to the council for questions of staff, comments, a motion. Maybe some thoughts. Councilmember Leonardis.
So I think of that line, good neighbors make good fences. I think the reason why the council put this on our, something like that, good neighbors make good fences. It's getting late, something like that.
Anyway,
think
next thought.
Next thought would be, I think this was put on our agenda after a number of requests because it was one of those ordinances that hadn't been looked at in a good number of years. And obviously there's great points of view on both sides of the argument. But I look at this as like it needs a lot more consideration. I don't think that somebody mentioned a wildlife corridor study. I had never heard of anything like that. I didn't think of the aspect of, hey, I want to put a fence around my property to keep intruders out. It's one thing to keep wildlife out, but we lose sight of these things. If you are in a rural area, who knows who's roaming around in the hills up there, just as you have fences in your neighborhoods. With that said, Mr. or Dr. Wiseman brought forward a compromise, and not a lot of people from the community even know what is in that compromise. And perhaps a lot of the members who spoke this evening would be satisfied by that compromise. But I don't know that. So I would say, at the very least, if I were going to make any motion considering this, I would have to send it back to Planning Commission considering the compromise that was presented this evening, so that could be vetted in public. But I'm interested in hearing what the other council people have to say.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councilmember Sayak.
Okay, so I feel like today I've been talking a lot about process. So I appreciate the comments that some members of the community said, well, what exactly is the problem we're trying to address? And so I appreciated the member from Sierra Club who suggested the wildlife corridor study. Now, studies, of course, take time and they take money. And so I would have to say, well, that would have to be looked at with all the other studies that we talk about as a town we'd like to fund. And is that the best use of our work plan and our resources next year? But so with that regard, I think it's worth putting on the list to see if that is something the full council would like to consider as we look at our priorities for the following year. But I do think there's merit in having, this was brought forward, and it was something that was talked about as a compromise. But just like when we do other land use decisions, when it comes in at the last minute, people aren't prepared. They haven't studied it. They haven't looked and said, okay, well, my lot is 3 acres. How would this affect me? And I do think that there's some merit in sending this to the Planning Commission with either this compromise and or alternate compromises that can be fully vetted and reviewed and studied before making a final decision. This is an amendment that will stay on our books, and I want to make sure that we do this right and not make a decision tonight without actually looking at the ramifications for those that are actually living in the hillside and what it means for them. I heard a couple of examples today of how the 30-foot fence that was in the original draft would be so restrictive. Well, this compromise no longer has that. And if you have 3 acres, you can pretty much put a fence, if I understand it correctly, anywhere as long as it's not within that setback. And again, this requires more further analysis and study by those who want to comment on the adequacy of this revision and this compromise.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must say that those of you who testified this evening were very educational, and it made me focus on what is it that you're trying to rectify, that you're trying to remedy. And as each of you spoke, you brought a different, paradigm to it, a different square footage, different acreage, and those different acreages raise different issues. I was also especially interested in the wildlife study, corridor study. It will be interesting to me to hear from staff what that looks like, what they think it would be, how long they think it would take, because I hear at least one council member or two talking about sending this back to the Planning Commission, but I'm thinking that we need more information, and I know I'm sounding like a bureaucrat, but the wildlife corridor study was significant to me.
Councilmember Jensen.
So next week, thank you, Mr. Mayor, we're having a special meeting to set our priorities for next year, December 12th. And that would be an ideal time to discuss whether or not we should have a wildlife corridor study, what it should look like, what we should do. And it strikes me that if the council decided at that time that that a study was appropriate, that sending this ordinance or a compromise that no one kind of knows anything about except what was shown here to the Planning Commission is premature. So given that there is no urgency or state mandate for us to consider this particular version of the ordinance, it strikes me that it's more appropriate to just defer it, delay it, or shelve it, or table it, or do something. But look at it further after the council determines what its priorities are going to be and whether or not a study is appropriate. It strikes me that it's also appropriate, Mr. Bourgeois said, it's just putting something in an ordinance that's already in our hillside guidelines. It's the protection of wildlife and the way that the fencing should be in the hills is in the guidelines. It absolutely is. And it's been determined on a staff basis or planning commission throughout the years. And so my question is, well, is that appropriate? If it's not appropriate, why isn't it appropriate? It doesn't strike me that it's appropriate to have a $2,000 permit process. But I would hesitate to send something to the Planning Commission if we determine that we want to have more information in the form of a study. Why have a fence ordinance that may be in conflict with that?
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to take into consideration there was a lot of people who spoke about their personal property rights and perhaps those being taken away. And I don't think the objective of this was to take away people's property rights. And I think it's important to live in harmony with nature. I live up off of Teresita in the hills, so there's deer in my yard every day eating all kinds of things. I don't even know what. But they're always out there, and there's bobcats, and there's coyotes, and there's you name it. With that said, as the city does encroach on nature, we have to figure out what is the best. So we're not giving up anything in our personal lives or any of our property rights, but how do we also take into consideration the best well-being of the nature that we live in, because I think we all like to live in the hills because of the nature. So, again, this probably has to go back for further consideration, but I would say to staff, if council decides to move in that direction, to look at the best practices of what other communities have done. Dr. Weissman, I believe, went to Portola Valley and Woodside, which are admirable communities, and they've come up with something that works for them. And if our ordinance is outdated, or if there are elements of our existing guidelines that could be changed that don't give up a whole ton of property rights but help out the wildlife, well, that's something worth considering. Everything takes time and money, but I think this is one of those agenda items that needs to go back to a little bit of the rework pile, for lack of a better explanation.
Councilmember Spector.
Mr. Mayor, is it okay if I ask a question of staff?
Please do.
The question of staff is, what I'm hearing is that the council does not want to move forward now with this proposed ordinance or with the alternative. I'm hearing that there is at least some interest in a corridor study. What is it? How long does it take? What does it cost? And I'm also hearing that there's just general requests for additional information. Within those parameters, what would staff suggest?
Thank you, Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. So there are a number of ways to go with that. You could continue it to a date uncertain pending the outcome of strategic priorities specific to the Wildlife Corridor study. You could remand it back to Planning Commission, also pending the outcome of strategic priorities with the Wildlife Corridor, because that information, should the council decide to move forward with that, would be needed to inform any decision or recommendation they'd make moving forward. Those are probably the two that come to mind currently, but I'm sure there's other ways to address that as well, and we're definitely open to those ideas if council members have them.
All right, thank you. Based upon that, I would not be inclined at this juncture to return this to the Planning Commission. I would consider continuing this to a date uncertain, but whether or not I would be prepared to go forward or not would not be totally tied to a corridor study. So there's a lot of moving parts here. I don't want to lose all the work that's gone into this. So that's where I am, and I guess I'm looking to my colleagues up here to give me some help.
So I think that was a motion. No? Okay, not a motion.
If that was a motion, it was a really bad one.
All right, Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So, again, I would look to what other communities have done. Perhaps staff could compile a report or an analysis of some of the more recent, whether it's Woodside or Portola Valley or whoever, what they did, why they did it, what was the rationale behind it, and what has been the effect of what they have done, and what was the opposition by the community. Did they feel like they were giving up any rights? I mean, I'm looking for a win-win for everybody here. I don't see why we can't have something better, but we don't want people to give up things. I know pre-existing, if you already have a fence, it doesn't affect you, but I don't want anybody to have the perception that they're giving up anything either. So there needs to be more information, more education, and more the study of best practices, I think, in other communities that have the same issues as us.
And if I may, just to follow up on that, staff did prepare an analysis and a research of surrounding similar communities such as Los Altos Hills, Woodside, Portola Valley, and Saratoga, and included that in the report to the Planning Commission on September 13th. That report provided all the information that about the requirements and permit requirements and limitations in those communities. It did not provide an analysis of the intent or how these ordinances came about. That's something that staff didn't go that far into.
Councilmember Jensen?
Councilmember Sayak raised her hand first, but okay. I'm going to try a motion to continue this matter to a date uncertain pending the outcome of our strategic priorities sessions, because I could imagine that if the council decided it wanted a study, we would need to know the cost, the time involved, the staff time, where it would need to go. Would it need to go to the policy committee? Would it need to go to the planning commission, et cetera? And so to do that, and if and when it comes back with new information, one of the things that would have to be analyzed and given to whoever is interested in to look at would be the compromise that got presented tonight, because we don't really have a lot of information about that or what the theory is. So my motion would be to continue to a date uncertain for staff to consider the input that's had from the council and pending the outcome of our strategic priorities session on the 12th.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Councilmember Sayak?
Yes, I'll second. And if I may, I do have a question of staff.
Please.
So right now, in our hillside design guidelines, we talk about the value statement behind it, and we talk about the vision for the fencing. And with each application that comes forward, staff and planning commission look at the application, which includes fences sometimes it doesn't. And I understand that what we're trying to do is we're trying to tighten it so that it's clear. But what we've also done in previous times is try not to overload our ordinances so it's so prescriptive. Is there somehow an alternative where you just fold this into the best practices so that when an applicant comes forward, understanding the intent of the guidelines, there is then there are practices of the types of fences we are looking at and where and why, so that it's a one-on-one conversation between the planner and the applicant that I think might be more fruitful and be probably more receptive, other than a hearing where we're just saying this is going to happen. So I throw that as, I definitely will second the motion that let's add this to our discussion for priorities, but I'm just wondering out loud if there's an alternative way to address the intent while still trying to fold in without being overly prescriptive.
I think some of the challenges that come about if it's not in an ordinance and a permit is not required is getting them to the counter to have that discussion outside of an architecture and site application, for instance. And you can have that conversation, and we do have that conversation at the counter when someone's coming in and we're discussing a project, we're managing a project through the process. The challenge then becomes, once the project is done, finalized, and walked away, there's no requirement to come down to the counter and speak to us. Speaking from experience in another community in Woodside where the ordinance was strong, if there was a permit requirement, you did have to come into the counter. We had those conversations all the time there as well. We also had handouts and a fencing pamphlet that showed some examples of siting, some examples of design, and certainly discussed wildlife-friendly fencing, entry features, all sorts of things that are related to fencing that came out of the residential design guidelines. And then attached to the fence application was a sort of a primer of here's the bullet points of what we're looking for. And then staff worked with applicants to varying degrees of success to try and achieve wildlife corridors. Of course, different community, different size lots, different shapes. It's a challenge. But I do think that one of the challenges is what vehicle is appropriate to get the applicant, if a permit's not required or required, how to get them down to the town to have that discussion.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support the motion. However, for me, if the council does not proceed with the wildlife corridor study, I would still like this proposed ordinance to come back to us. And I agree with Mr. Leonardis. Learning from other communities that have gone through this process, learning what they thought was good, what they thought was bad, how they got people to the counter. All that information would be important to me, even if we don't have the corridor study.
Mr. Schultz.
And in response to that, I think you'll have two ways to weigh in on this next week. One will be as your priorities and goals as to whether to do a wildlife corridor study, but there will also be, as I bring back the ordinances, I have that list and priorities of that list of ordinances that we intend to try to tackle next year. So you'll be able to see it on that and maybe rearrange that priority if you think it should be above or below one of the other ordinances that staff feels needs to come forward.
Okay, so I guess I kind of have a question for the maker of the motion. I'm being the mayor, I feel like it's my job to bring things forward to the council agenda that are going to be hopefully successful, or we can tweak them to be successful. When this one was coming tonight, I knew it wasn't gonna fly, but it was already continued from a date certain, so I didn't really have much choice. And I, spent tonight trying to figure out, okay, how do we make this a useful time? So now I'm thinking about, if this comes back to council, how do I make it, something that's going to be useful when it comes back to council? And I'm wondering if this motion sounds like, can I work this out with the town manager to figure out what's the best way to get it to something that's going to work? Can we later decide maybe we should send it to policy committee to vet it, or maybe town manager can weigh in on what you heard in the motion? What kind of leeway do I have to work with you on hopefully getting something that I think will be successful?
Well, there was a statement when the motion was put forward that there might be a role for the policy committee. I would recommend that be added explicitly if that's an option that you would like us to consider. But typically, if we have something continued to a date uncertain, then you are the body that would be continuing the public hearing and continuing to vet the ordinance and its provisions. And we're happy to look at other alternatives, as staff had mentioned, but I think we're looking at whether or not you're interested in codifying some of these things.
So maybe second question then, from what you heard, is staff have enough direction to be able to come up with something that council might accept or the public might accept?
Well, I'll start, and certainly staff who's been working on this a lot more than myself might want to add. I think we heard a lot of good testimony today and a lot of good examples of what might work or what might not work. We will be looking at the potential scope and cost and timeline of wildlife corridor studies. From my own experience, those can be quite involved, and I think we would need to determine really what is the goal. Is the goal to get the wildlife from the Santa Cruz Mountains to Vasona, or is it just if they're in our hills that they can access the protected open spaces? So that'll be something that we can talk about more next week. But I think we've got the beginnings of something to continue to work with, and I'll turn to staff for any elaboration.
I don't have much to add. I think I agree that we do have the beginnings. I do anticipate further discussion and coming back with something. It's going to be fairly new. What's been vetted and reviewed to this point through 3 meetings is the current proposal. The alternative that was presented by Dr. Weissman has not been vetted. It was worked on very quickly and roughly with him. Any direction is always welcomed and helpful, but if the council provided the direction to further research and investigate the alternative presented tonight based on the comments and concerns and support that we've heard tonight, that we could certainly do so.
Okay, thank you. So, Councilmember Jensen.
The reason that the motion was made to say pending our session next week is because everything that we have discussed is very time intensive, very staff work intensive, could involve a study, and even when it goes to policy committee, it involves staff reports, meetings, agendas, and staff time. So the reason I wanted it to be pending the priority setting is so the council could determine that it actually wanted to invest that time and effort versus some other kind of alternative. So that I wanted us to have the opportunity to discuss it at a priority session in terms of exactly what the scope of this would be and whether the council wanted to go forward with that or put it down the list of ordinances as we figure this out. That was the intent of the motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? So I do have a motion and a second. So I'll call the question on this motion then. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. So now for those that have been patiently waiting and maybe you're still awake, we'll move on to item. Nothing was changed. Oh. So I'll give people a chance to clear the room. $12 to $15? 20, okay. Are we ready? Okay, so let's get started on the next item. We have lots of speakers on this one also. So we're on number 15, which is the Veterans Memorial Architecture and Site Application. Let's start with a staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Before you tonight is consideration of a request by the Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation of Los Gatos for approval to construct a new Veterans Memorial in the Redwood Grove area of the Civic Center. Included in the staff report is a summary of the review and selection process that has taken place to date. The Veterans Foundation proposes to construct a Veterans Memorial located in the Redwood Grove area of the Civic Center, a location previously approved by the Town Council. The memorial would include a focal point sculpture, the Flame of Liberty, selected by the council following an extensive review process. Additional components include first responders memorial, walls, pathways, a foundation, benches, boulders, and lighting. The proposal includes a request to relocate the Barati sculpture to an area adjacent to the memorial, relocate an historic fire bell from its location at the historic firehouse on Tate Avenue, and relocate a commemorative bench and plaque. The staff report provides a summary of the consulting architect and arborist's review of the project, staff's evaluation of the project using the criteria of the public art selection policy, and a number of discussion topics for which staff requests direction. An addendum and desk item have been provided, which include an email from the town arborist, additional public comment received by staff, and notice to the council that the town's consulting architect could not attend tonight's meeting as scheduled due to freeway closures related to the wildfires in Southern California. Staff recommends that the town council consider the application, receive public testimony, discuss the proposal, and provide direction on the design elements of the proposed memorial, as well as the topics discussed on page 13 of the staff report. This concludes staff's report, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council for staff at this point? Okay, seeing none, so I guess this is one where I give the applicant 10 minutes to start and then 5 minutes rebuttal at the end. So applicant looks like Kent Hillhouse.
Correct. Kent Hillhouse, president of the Veterans Foundation, Los Gatos. So this is a 2-minute video that I'm going to go through my presentation while the video's on. So I want to make a couple points real quick. First off, the foundation has spent over $100,000 of its own money to take it to the level that we are today, being able to submit to the town. Thousands of man-hours have gone into from volunteer professionals. We have a publisher. We have a president of a construction company. We have marketeers, VP of sales. We have a secretary of the Army, somebody who's been a resident of Los Gatos since 1984, but served as a 7-year secretary of the Army under President Bush. Also, we have an undersecretary of the Army in our organization. Vote number 1 came on November 2012. That gained us approval to start the process of putting together a memorial. Vote number 2 came January 2015, and that's after we'd gone through a call to artists and other things and submitted an art piece for the plaza. It was rejected, and the council at that time offered to let us stay on the plaza or move to the Redwood Grove. As a side note, we wanted to be good neighbors with the Numu folks, so we had expressed, they had expressed a desire to have fundraising events on the plaza, so we thought it would be a good idea to move down to the Grove, and we actually like it there. It's a great place. Vote number 4 came on June 2016. This was the conceptual design approval. This movie that you're seeing now, this video, actually was shown during that vote, and this is basically what was being voted on, but we had to go back and get the T's crossed and the I's dotted. At that time also, the town agreed to fast-track the process, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate the hard work by Sean and the support of the city manager. Moving ahead, December 2016, we contracted with professional fundraisers, Netzel Grigsby, the guys that did the fundraising for the library, and they went out to the public for several interviews, I think 30 different interviews. The results of that survey came in on March of 2017 with a thumbs up, a green light. Yes, we could get the $1.5 million that is required to make this thing work. September 2017, August, we assembled the steering committee. September, we assembled a prospect review committee. October, we assembled a major gifts committee. And now we're here in the hopes of getting this approved and moving ahead. Before I go any further, I wanted to quickly talk about Frank Morris, our artist. He's a native of Memphis, Tennessee, and his paintings have been reproduced in magazines such as Newsweek and the New York Magazine, where he was asked also to paint luminaries such as Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter, First Ladies Nancy Reagan, Rosalind Carter, Hamilton Jordan, and the Shah of Iran. In Memphis, his official portrait of former Mayor Dick Hackert hangs in the gallery at the City Hall. In addition, to his portrait work. Frank is contracted by the U.S. Department of Treasury as a master designer for the U.S. Mint. He's responsible for creating multiple American circulating coins, including congressional medals and presidential medals. Recent designs selected by the U.S. Mint include 3 congressional medals to honor the native code talkers from World War I and World War II, 3 gold collector coins that honor First Ladies Caroline Harrison, Ellen Wilson, and Grace Coolidge. They were the spouses of Presidents 23, 28th, and 30th of the United States. Most recently, I think we all saw the code talker coins. We saw that on TV several times over the last 6 months. But more recently, he's finishing up a project with the George Rogers Clark Historical National Park in Indiana. By the way, for you history buffs, Clark was responsible for the British giving up the Northwestern Territory, which would include Illinois. It was the biggest land grant at the time. That was through a treaty just after the Revolutionary War. Also, Frank worked closely with Patrick Flanders, a local and well-known architect, to make sure that we were on the right track all the way through. And I'd like to mention one other person who you all will get to hear a little later. That's Alice Hoagland, and she's the mother of Mark Brigham from Los Gatos High School class of 1988, I believe. She'll be up in a little while. Just to move through some points real quick. The features of this memorial include recognizing the first responders, the police, fire, Homeland Defense, and the military, excuse me, all work together on a handshake basis during natural disasters and other more serious threats. So we feel it's only appropriate that we honor the fire and the police departments. We've had discussions with them. They're enthusiastic about it. Also, we're going to honor the 9/11 victims, and particularly Flight 93, where we had 2 Los Gatos High School students. Let's roll, as you all remember that saying. Guide the aircraft away from Washington, D.C. We'll have ADA. We're going to have benches, which we lack out there, especially during the music and the music events and the different events that take place out there. I'm going to put another slide up real quick here. This is a point of reference, but which we can talk to later. But there'll be ADA access out there. There's a parking lot, and also from Pageant, people can move across the front of the town council chambers and over to the library with ease. And also additional security, lighting, cameras, that type of thing. So a lot of things are going to go into this. By the way, how many veterans are here today? Can you raise your hands? Thank you very much. Just curious. And in closing, we would really love to see you all take that vote 5-0 to get this thing approved. We can't officially start fundraising until we get the approval of the memorial from the town. Losing my train of thought here. I was going to say something important, obviously. It's getting late, I guess. People, at least you guys aren't falling
You'll get
asleep.
another 5 minutes afterwards. You can remember.
Okay. Had to do with fundraising too, but right now we don't want to lose any of the enthusiasm we have with regards to, we have people cranked up ready to go. We have the individual from DevCon who actually built the 49er Stadium is going to be the guy who works with George, our VP of contracting, to put this thing together. So once we have the money, it's going to go up fast and it's going to be well done. So with that said, the people that will be joining me for questions, whenever you all want to ask questions, will be George Hall, our architect, Frank Morris, back here, and we're going to have John come up to talk about the bill if anyone has questions on the bill. So that's it for me. We cut it, we did a minute shy of.
All right, so
Yeah.
council, do you have any questions for General Hillhouse? Mr. Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. General, how long do you anticipate it would take to construct this, and how much do you estimate that it would cost?
Well, the cost is 1.5 million, and the actual construction time will probably be two months, maybe 3 months. The money is the key to it, and we're hoping to get the money fairly rapidly. We've identified some people, we've talked to a lot of people who are willing to step up. So, but the answer to your question is 2 to 3 months to actually physically build it. But we aren't going to start construction until we have the money.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go with a question on the bell. How important is it for you to have the bell moved there? We did get an email from somebody from our Historic Preservation Committee who thinks about historic preservation, and they preferred that it not be moved. So talk to us a little more about why the bell's important to move here.
Not be moved off of the wooden crates that it occupies on the sidewalk. John's going to come over and talk about it. He's actually very well studied on this question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. John Lochner. I live in Creffield Heights since 1954. The fire bell has been setting on the sidewalk over at the old museum. It was originally taken from the town plaza. It was there for, 1989, July 4th, 1989 was the centennial of the town of Los Gatos. And that's the day that we dedicated that fire bell. It was found, the fire bell was built actually in 1899 by Garrett Company in San Francisco. And it was behind St. Luke's Church in a tower until 1949, when the town decided that the fire department decided that they needed a better way to let people know there were fires, let firemen know that there were fires. So at that time, they took the bell down. It was placed in, it was belonged to PG&E at that time. Then it was PG&E sold it to John Wisnant, a local realtor. He had it stored for a bit of time. He sold it to, at Highway 99 in Lodi, the chicken restaurant. I don't know if member of you remember the chicken restaurant. And this was big tower, and the bell sat in there. And we had a friend in Los Gatos who was a painter, and he was painting there at the chicken restaurant. And he saw the bell, and he read a little bit of the story of the bell. And so he came back to town, and he talked to several of us. And our public works director was Bob Bryant at that time. And so Bob and I went up and took a look at the bell, and we said, you know, we could bring this back to Los Gatos. It is really historical. So anyway, our painter friend, Andy Kenyon, made a deal with him. He traded painting for the fire bell. We went up and we brought it back to town, and we spent just about a year going through the planning process to determine where the bell was going to go. And it was determined, and it was approved by the town council to go in the plaza. And so I worked a year under constructing that, so I'm quite familiar with the fire bell. Anyway, it stood there in the plaza for 15 years. The town council then had a study, and they decided they wanted to remodel the plaza. They wanted to put some fountains of water in. They thought that the fire bell took up too much space in the plaza. They wanted more open space. So there was a vote, and I believe the vote was 3 to 2 to remove the bell from the plaza. And there were many of us that were really questioned that historical value of the bell. And so anyway, it was the town council said, well, we'll guarantee that we'll have it in the view of the public within 6 months. So 6 months later, it was placed on the front entrance to the museum on Tate Avenue. And it stayed there until such a period of time when someone presented another sculptor. So the bell was removed from the front of the plaza on its pallet and moved over to setting on the sidewalk. So it's been sitting there on the sidewalk for about 4 or 5 years and so nobody has any idea what to do with it. So in the meantime, it had been stored all the other equipment, the other historical equipment that came with it, the mechanism that ran the bell and rang it and so on. It's just very, very interesting. It was all stored at the corporation yard. Well, the corporation yard, the people decided finally to clean up the yard. It was taking too much space. So everything was sold for junk, including the tower, which that was taken down and so on. So the only thing that's left of the whole works is the fire bell. And it's important to the community because it is historical, 1899. And so this would be a perfect place for it to be put, to be restored, actually. There were plans that were drawn by architect Gary Schlow to put this next to the museum in a little corner, was a spot that would be made available. So there were some plans drawn for that, but nothing ever happened. It sits on the sidewalk there on a pallet at this time. So it could really add to this complex that we're presenting here this evening, because it is significant. It's a fire bell, and we're putting part of the first responders are firemen, as you know. So it's significant in that regard that it is being used for a historical purpose and to honor firemen as well.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from council for the applicant at this time? Councilmember Leonardis.
For Mr. Lochner, is it the intent to make the bell ring again?
The mechanism, the hammer and everything is gone. The intent there is to put this on you can see the design there, and I think our designer, Frank Morris, is going to be talking about that in a little bit. But the intention was there to place the bell, and I've got a 3-pound hammer at home that on the 4th of July or Veterans Day or whenever there's a ceremony or something there, we will ring the bell. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, thank you. I guess that's ends for the applicant. You'll get 5 minutes at the end again. So let me start through my list of cards here. Everybody has 2 minutes. We're going to start with Dan Furtado and then Rex Nodden.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Town Council. I'm Dan Furtado. I'm a lifelong resident of your neighboring city of Kimball, and I also served as mayor and member of my city council for many years. Several years ago, we had the opportunity to establish a Veterans Memorial in our city in our Civic Center Plaza, and other cities, as I'm sure you're aware, in Santa Clara County as well as in the Bay Area, have likewise established Veterans Memorials to honor those who chose to serve the nation when called upon. These memorials recognize the service of both living and deceased veterans. They can also serve as places of healing for both the nation and the world. We often think of the Department of Defense as providing for the nation's defense and security, which of course it does and has that responsibility. But it's probably much less well known that about 70% of the nation's federal research and development funds not related to weapons research are shared by the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Defense. That total number right now is about $72 billion a year. In medical research, for example, a great deal of work has been done on vaccine research, such as Ebola and Zika viruses, infectious disease, operational medicine, such as spinal cord injury, post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injury, and in a number of areas, including advancements in prosthetics, environmental pollution, complex engineering problems, clean water, and cybersecurity. As an Army veteran, I served 2 years on active duty and 38 years in the Army Reserve, and military service played an important role in my life and contributed to my medical training as well as my leadership skills And also, it has given all veterans, I think, a deep appreciation and commitment to their own communities and to the country. And people realize the important opportunities that we have in this country because of their service. So I encourage you to favorably consider this request. I think it's a fine honor for all of the veterans of your community as well.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Rex Nodden, and then Angelia Dorner.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Rex Naden, and I'm a resident of Los Gatos for 25 years. I think no one is going to say that we don't need a Veterans Memorial in Los Gatos. Everyone is for it. We also know the location. It's well known, and thank you very much for your consideration. We love the Redwoods. It's a beautiful area. The only question is one of scale. So how do you determine how big it is? Well, I think you make it the scale that's commensurate with the sacrifice and with the importance of being free and being able to enjoy this beautiful town. And we're free and we can enjoy this town because of the sacrifice that these people have made. That is the scale. So I recommend, respectfully, a full approval of the Veterans Memorial as proposed with no changes in scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you. So next up, Angelia Dorner, and then Clyde Horn.
Hello again. I'm still Angelia Dorner, and I'm still a proud resident of the Almond Grove. I think, as you know, I'm the youngest of 9 of a master sergeant in the Army who was in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, and I've got a lot of other family members who have been involved with the military, including an elderly aunt who was in a Germany reconstruction period. Anyway, I am obviously way supportive of this memorial, and I wanted to comment on a few of the things, some having to do with public comments. I don't know about Lynn Pacheco, but the bell belongs here. It really does. It's been wasted over sitting at Tate, and the history, to be talking about the history now, I think we ought to have a plaque that talks about the history that John just shared with us. As it relates to the sculpture, he mentioned that it should be shortened, unlightened, no water, and no soldier's cross. I couldn't disagree more with any of those points. That's what is making it so special. I don't really I've never gotten used to the massing of the walls, although we do need a backdrop to the sculpture and definitely a shielding from the parking lot. But I do believe that the sidewalk clarification along the parking lot, I understand. It looks out in the middle. If that is simply on the edge of what is currently ivy, then I think that that's okay. Otherwise, I think it does take up too much space. I am hopeful that, and I'm sensitive to NUMU and the Friends of the Library, and I'm hoping, and I believe there is harmony, or at least there could be, between the Friends, NUMU, and the memorial, and could create synergy between them, maybe even joint effort events. Freedom of expression through speech, literature, art, and music. We have these freedoms because of the brave. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. Next up, Clyde Horn, and then Bart Reynard.
I'm Clyde Horn, combat veteran of the Vietnam War. You may know my wife. She runs 7-Eleven store on North Santa Cruz Avenue for 44 years. When we're asleep at night, when we're awake during the day, we have forces that are watching us all the time, keeping us safe and secure. We have the police department, we have the fire department, we have care if our house catches on fire. All these forces are around us. We have military forces that protect us at home and abroad. We have government, including this town council, that looks after our interests. We are interconnected. I have lived all over the world. I have visited all over the world. And I have found that we are all the same. We are interconnected. The truth of the matter is that this memorial celebrates interconnection. It celebrates those who watch over us, those who give their lives for us, those who care for us. It's about all of us being together and the sacrifices and freedoms we have. It's something we can see, feel, touch, and heal from. I visited the Vietnam Memorial this year with my son, 50 years before I was able to go to it. 50 years since I was in the war. I touched the memorial. I etched the names of 6 soldiers who died next to me, and I found healing. The memorial is also representative of healing for people like me, and families and grandchildren. It is a way that this town can receive a blessing of a memorial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Bart Raynaud, I think it is, and then Alice Hoagland.
I'm Bart Raynaud from the Terraces of Los Gatos, and I can't follow anything any better than that. I'm here with Paul Barish and Bob Sturdivant, who are also at the Terraces, and it's way beyond our bedtime. So this is going to be very short, but we just want to reflect on the fact that we are in strong support of what's being proposed, and we hope you approve it. And John, if they don't approve the bell, we could use it over at the Terraces for our fire alarm. Thank you very much, and blessed be those that have nothing to say and saith it not.
Thank you. See no questions, Alice. And then next is Mike Frangidakis.
Well, good evening, and thank you very much, Town Council members, for your patience with us all. It's really an honor for me to be invited here at the behest of Mike Frangidakis. He tells me that this project has been 5.5 years in the making. And this is my very first Los Gatos Town Council meeting, and I didn't realize it was going to be such a thorough introduction. And I'm amazed at the wonderful experience of democracy on a local level. I'm here, as you might imagine, to voice my support, my strong support for this planned Veterans Memorial. I think it's beautiful. I know that my father, who was an infantry captain in World War II under Blood and Guts Patton, would have approved of this, and my mother, Betty Jane Nicklin Hoagland, was a WAC during World War II and fought the Battle of Miami Beach as a recruiter. Todd Beamer graduated from Los Gatos High School in 1987 and Mark Bingham in 1988. Todd played basketball and Mark played rugby. Maybe they knew each other. I hope they did, because their names have become remarkably intertwined. It was a strange fate that brought them together on the morning of September 11th. A few of them, about 4 or 5 guys, drew up a plan in the back of a pitching 757 that was flying low over the hilly countryside in southwest Pennsylvania. The hijackers had taken away that is to say, they had murdered the first flight attendant, the captain, the co-pilot, and dragged their bodies out into the galley area in the front. Their new destination was not San Francisco, but now Washington, D.C., and the plane was making a murderous beeline for that city. According to Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the mastermind of 9/11, their target was the United States Capitol dome. So those guys that got together, huddled, realized the seriousness of their situation, and made a plan, voted on it, and then charged up to take control of the cockpit, knew that they were the first line of defense in the new ugly battle against terrorism.
Thank you. We need to have you wrap up.
Very good. Well, thank you for listening, and I really appreciate your help on this, and I sure hope that you vote to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, Michael Frangidakis and then Barney David.
So,
Davidge. Yeah.
as you can see, it gets pretty emotional. This is something that's been going on. I just want to thank the mayor, town council, for commissioning me 5.5 years ago to do this. Remember, I didn't ask for this job as founder. I just reminded the town that it did not have a Veterans Memorial. And the mayor, Steve Rice at the time, called me up the next day and said, Mike, you were right. We don't have a Veterans Memorial in Los Gatos, and there should be one here. Would you take on the responsibility? And I said, Steve, what does that entail? He says, well, the town wants it, and we'll give you anything that you want. What do you need? A place to meet? You have the town council chambers. What do you want? I gave him a list of demands, and the town gave it to me. He didn't tell me it was going to take 5.5 years. So I just want to say thanks to the town. We'll build you a world-class memorial. As you can see, I've got a fantastic group of people here. It doesn't get any better. This is a beautiful project that anybody that understands anything about veterans memorials will be so proud to come and visit. This is a world-class operation. I'm running out of time. I'm not going to get into why we need it. You all, I think everybody on this council is in favor of what we're doing here. I just ask, please, give us your approval so we can move forward and get this thing built. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Barney Davidge and then Denise Ramon Herrera.
Barney Davidge, Tate Avenue. A lot of people know that I do architectural illustrations as a living, and many people were seeing the flags out on the Civic Center, and they were wanting to know what it looked like. And then they also saw the report from the consulting architect and his design, and they were wondering what it's going to look like. And so they convinced me to do some images, and this is what it is, and I just thought I'd present it. If I can work this right. This is where the flags. Then this is the Veterans Memorial, what their design will look like. This is what the consulting architect suggested. And this is on the deck with the flags. Wait a minute. Like this. That's where the flame would be. And this is where the flame is on the consulting architects. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is what it'll look like with the Veterans Memorial on the deck. And that's what the consultant suggested. So I just wanted to let you see what a peer review architect suggested and what the veterans are suggesting. And that's all I'll say.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. Do we, the council, have these consultant versus applicant renderings in our package?
Sean, I sent them to Sean.
We do have it.
They're not in your package. They were received after, and they were presented. Barney had emailed them to me as a presentation. We don't normally forward those to the council ahead of the meeting, but they can be forwarded after.
So we don't have it in our iPad either?
No.
Well, okay. Then can I request them now? I mean, not right now, but at some point. Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions?
Any further questions? Councilmember Jensen?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Davich. I'm assuming that what you're showing us are to scale.
Right, so that's why I put in, these are the poles, and when you go to here, you can see, actually, yeah, this is exactly where the pole sits right there, and that's where the flame sits. And so they sit exactly where the banners that were posted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you. Denise Ramon Herrera, and then George Hall.
Yes, good evening. My name is Denise Ramon Herrera. State Senator Jim Bell is ill and asked the following be read on his behalf, and he expresses his support for the Veterans Memorial. State Senator Jim Bell's father, James Bell Sr., was born in Ohio in 1923. He was the second son of Captain Edwin S. and Grace Catherine Bell. The Bells moved to Los Gatos in the early 1930s. Jim Sr. graduated from Lexington School and Los Gatos High School. He attended Cornell University in San Jose State. During World War II, Jim Sr. served on active duty in Europe in the 82nd Airborne and the 326th Glider Infantry Regiment as a paratrooper. He marched with the 82nd Airborne in the Victory Parade in New York City. Jim Sr. worked as a title officer in Santa Clara County for over 50 years. He had a lifelong interest in reading and history, and served on the San Jose Historical Museum. Thank you.
Guess no questions. All right, thank you. Next up, George Hall, and then Dan Furtado. You already spoke. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, hello, I'm George Hall. I'm the Vice President of the Veterans Memorial here in Los Gatos. Thank you for hearing me. I want to address what I feel is a terrible misrepresentation that Barney Davich has submitted. What he is talking about on his first scene was taken from a very oblique angle, which makes it appear as though our memorial flame is in the middle of this building. It is not. If you look at this, do you have a pointer at all that I can use?
On the counter.
What, this guy? If you look at this, the flame here is actually in line with the sidewalk that goes between the new building and the parking lot. It's not way over here somewhere.
So could we ask you to take the microphone with you? You can pull it out of there, or maybe, Shannon, you need to give him a little extra time or something.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. So the flame is actually off from the side of the building. It's not, as he shows it, what it appears to be in the middle, because he's taken it from a very oblique angle over by Pageant Way and shot it at an angle here, which makes the flame appear to be way over here. It's not. Okay, the second thing is that the walls that he shows as blocking the whole view along the entrance, from the entrance to the parking lot, is totally erroneous. It's not accurate at all. The walls itself, the two large walls behind the flame, are only 10 feet from the loading dock at the rear entrance there. So at that point, from that point, it's approximately, I just stepped it off because I just got these pictures myself, 66 feet to the rear entrance to the NUMU. We've already acquiesced and removed our site from there to here to help the NUMU people to feel more comfortable.
Thank you.
And I'd like to make sure that that's clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. So next up, Patrick Flanders, and then John Lochner, if you have more to tell us that's not on the bill.
Yes, my name is Patrick Flanders. I'm an architect, a veteran, and I want you people to know that I know where you live. And I've been charged with shepherding a bunch of consultants through the design process, through the approvals process, and there's only one process left, and that's to build it, and we're going to do it. And I want to thank these people over here. Sean was excellent, and your buddy is no longer here. He couldn't take it anymore, I guess. But anyway, thank you very much for the staff and for all of you. I want to yield the rest of my time now to the artist who made all this possible.
Well, I think I'm best for responding to any questions.
All right.
Maybe I'll hang back if anybody has any questions. I'd love to address them.
Okay, there'll be 5 minutes at the end. All right, so thank you. Any questions for this speaker? Seeing none, we'll go to John Lochner and then Diane Chandler.
4 years ago, I joined the Los Gatos Veterans Memorial Support Foundation. I became a member of the board shortly after that and co-chair of the building committee. The dedication of the board and their commitment, not only in time, but in money spent as well, is absolutely amazing. It's a pleasure to have worked with them these last 4 years. Los Gatos is named after a land grant, La Rinconada de los Gatos, which you all know means corner of the cats. We got cats in town. We got cats in the trees. We got cats in the planters. We got cats in the parking lots. Since the closing of the Memorial Library, now the Saratoga Los Gatos Rec Department across the street, there's been no recognition for veterans in Los Gatos. There had been no recognition for those who have served since the Civil War. The last military parade in Los Gatos was held in 1899, 110 years ago. Well, the Veterans Foundation is determined to change that. On June 2016, the council gave the go-ahead to proceed with the design by Frank Morris, our internationally recognized artist. Tonight, you're being asked to approve this final design. I'll skip ahead. 4 nights ago, the town council joined me at the town plaza in the lighting of the Christmas tree and the singing of the Christmas carols. And you got some good voices. I got to hear you. Tonight, you have an opportunity to recognize all of those who have given of their time and energy, and in many cases, their lives, to make this all possible. As you approve this flame of liberty, you'll have the distinct honor of dedicating this gift to the people of Los Gatos from the Veterans Foundation. Our goal is to have this completed on Veterans Day, November 11th, 2018. I hope that we can all get together there, the council members and the community, and join together and sing God Bless America to honor our beloved veterans.
Thank you, John. Seeing no questions, next up is Diane Chandler's, and I see Patrick Flanders with another card. You guys cannot fool me. You only get to speak once. So we'll go to Carol Musser after that.
I just have a quick note. I'm on the board of directors, and for the past several years, the foundation has been able to have information booths at all of the town events. And that's through the generosity of the town, the local service organizations, and other charitable foundations that have donated those to us. I've helped man these booths and have experienced the gratitude expressed by the veterans who stop by and the overwhelming positive response from the public for both the purpose of the memorial and the beautiful design, and also the foundation's ongoing support of veterans' needs. Additionally, it's been heartwarming to hear many personal stories that reaffirm my dedication to this worthy cause. And I've actually had a couple of Vietnam veterans that have come by, not realizing what we were doing. And by the time I described the memorial and told them when they drive by at night and see it lit, if some child gave us 50 cents or someone gave us a check for $1 million, they were thanking them for their service.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Next up, Carol Musser and then Stan Weissman? Carol? Okay, you can pass. We'll okay, for the record, Carol supports the project. Next, Stan Weitzman, and then Dueno Giordano.
All right, I'm up. I don't know if I have enough time to talk about the code, but we'll see. So what I do on the board is I'm the board secretary, so I get to take the minutes and make everybody sound eloquent, and I get compliments when I make them sound good. So I really make them sound good. But what I'm here to talk about tonight is some of the veterans that have served in World War II. In 1942 Los Gatos yearbook, there was a page, Our Boys in the Service. There were 84 high school students listed, and there was actually even more than that. There were some from other years. Like Jim Bell's father wasn't listed, but his uncle Edwin was listed. So on December 7th, 1941, 2 Los Gatos high school students lost their lives in Honolulu. One was on the USS Arizona, Eugene Catt, and another, Wayne Rasmussen, was killed in an explosion or manning a gun. They're not sure. So there are gold stars listed. The gold stars are those that are killed in action, and there's about 16 gold stars. What I wanted to talk to you about was one who is listed as missing, Chuck Thalen, Charles Chuck Thalen, and didn't know whether he was alive or not. I researched him, found out that he became a B-17 pilot. He went to San Jose State, studied aeronautics, went into the Army Air Force cadet program, and became a B-17 pilot. He was shot down, and he wound up in Stalag Luft 3, which is the famous POW camp that became part of the movie The Great Escape. But he not only got shot down, they were killing the pilots. The Germans were shooting the pilots and killing them when they were parachuting down. So they had a free fall. He free fell for 17,000 feet and opened his parachute at the last minute, but still survived. And he made it out of the war. And I found him. After the war, he got married. He moved up to Oakmont, and he retired from the Air Force after 20 years as a lieutenant colonel.
Okay, I need to have you wrap up.
Yeah. So those are just some of the stories that we're finding out about the men and women of Los Gatos who have served, and part of our mission is to help tell their story.
So, any questions for this speaker? I'll ask one question. So, you're finding a lot of good stories. How are you going to incorporate those into the memorial?
Our goal is to create a database with information, with biographies about everybody who wants to contribute, and if somebody wants to get a paver for somebody in their family and they want to submit their biography to us, we're going to include that in our database. We have somebody who used to work for Sun Microsystems, who's a neighbor of John's, who's going to help us create that database.
Okay, thank you. All right, so next up, Dueno Giordano, and then I think it's Jan Schwartz, or Jan Schwartz.
Mayor, Council, an honor to be here tonight. My name is Dueno Giordano. I'm a lifelong resident of Los Gatos. I live in Fairview Avenue now of Pennsylvania. I have 30 years of experience serving our country in the California Air National Guard, U.S. Air Force. I also have 35 years experience as a first responder. But what I'm here to ask for is to recognize a lot of people that are not here. And in particular, there are 8 residents of Los Gatos that gave their lives in the service of their country in Vietnam. 2 of them I graduated Los Gatos High School with, were very personal friends of mine. And if you walk down the street today and you say, how many people lived in Los Gatos that gave their lives in Vietnam? There's not too many people that know the answer, let alone their names. So Tom Cottrell and Richard Taylor, who graduated with me, I want to honor them with on this memorial, and I hope you see what we put into it, what we're going to present to you and give to the town and to the deserving veterans. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Next up, Jan Schwartz, and then Andrew Watson.
Hi, I'm Jan Schwartz, and full disclosure, I am on the board of NUMU, but I'm here talking for myself and not as a representative of the museum. And I fully support the importance of veterans to this town. We've heard a lot of people talk about the people who gave their lives there. We should definitely recognize them, and I think that the town plaza is the right place to do it. My concern is the scale of it, and we've talked about the scale. I believe you said the scale should be as important as it is. That's how big it should be, but that would be impossible to represent. The importance is really in the heart, and I think that we have a town plaza that has a very strong architectural design. And when I look at the drawings, and I think Barney's professional drawings are, I think they're accurate. You've presented that they're not, but I do believe that they are. But my impression on looking at the video on the first, I'm not relying on his drawings, but on the videos that you have presented. And what I see is a very large wall that to me speaks of walled off. This is not opening, friendly green space. I see a lot of cement. And I would like to see something more welcoming. I believe that the consultant design is a little bit more friendly and welcoming and still honors the veterans as much as a big wall would honor them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Next up, Andrew Watson. That's the last card I have, so if anybody still wants to speak, please turn in a card. Do I have an Andrew Watson? Gone to bed already? Fallen asleep? Okay, so that makes it easier. So I have no more cards then. So at this point, I will invite the applicant, General Hillhouse, back up for 5 minutes of rebuttal.
Yeah, can I say something? That'd be better if it was stuck up there so I can look at my notes. Thank you. My name's Frank Morris. I'm the designer of the memorial. I'd like to comment that the truth is that to whoever looks at this memorial, the perception of how high those walls are or how much it covers the building behind it are completely determined by where you're standing. I have a slide presentation that shows some of that, but essentially there are spots where, for example, you can notice here that the up at the sidewalk on Pageant Avenue is 5.5 feet taller than the ground at the base of the memorial. And so flip to the next slide for me. Thank you. I would point out to that the bottom of that wall in the front is 2.5 to 3 feet lower than the bottom of the building itself. And so even though the wall is 12.5 feet tall and the building's only 10 feet tall, the base of the wall is 2.5 to 3 feet lower. Can you switch it to the next one? You can see from the front of the on Main Street that this was before the bell was inserted, but the monument itself, the memorial, it doesn't cover the building at all. Most people, if you look at from the corner of the intersection of Pageant and Main Street, that's where you're going to get the most overlap to the building. But I think that's about 20% of the time that people will view the building. I think most of the time people are going to come to this point, parking in front of Main Street, walking up the circular walkway, and 80% of the people are going to see 95% of the building behind the memorial. can you flip it over another one? This is just an aerial view. Again, this was before you put in the bill. Go to the next one. Now this reminds you about the orientation of the ground sloping downward. So go one more slide. This is when you're standing at the sidewalk on Pageant, and the ground goes down into a valley, the dirt. But you can see when you're on the sidewalk that you can see 95% of this end of the museum, and you see the parking lot, of course, and the loading dock. Now, can I click through those for just a second? Which is the button? You want the forward button? What I wanted you to notice is that as you walk down into the memorial, currently in the sidewalk you can see 95% of the building behind it, but when you walk down into the memorial, the walls get taller because the human's only 5'7", 5'6", and the walls, as you move into it, they begin to cover up the museum. So the person coming to view the memorial and looking for a respectful and serene space that they can meditate, honor their veterans, and give some thought to what they did for our country, they need to be zoned off from the parking lot. I can't imagine if someone was to build a parking lot on the edge of the Arlington Cemetery or the Vietnam Memorial. It would be unthinkable, it would be disrespectful. We have that same issue here. And I wanted to make a note that the Art Commission from this body states that in the case of a memorial or statue, the design should have the gravitas and emotional impact appropriate to the persons or events that are being memorialized. And you cannot stand in front of a sculpture and see a parking lot, like you're standing in the middle of Walgreens or the grocery store. It's just, you need a space that screens off that parking lot. You can't have, a respectful space, a private space with cars coming and going, making noise, and just the ugly sight. It's just impossible. So we think that these walls are actually modest and appropriate and fit elegantly into the space and took advantage of the sloping terrain to let a visitor enjoy the space. And again, depending on where you're standing, most of the museum can be seen. And I also think that the platform here would be very useful to the town as a speaker platform for events, as a platform for musical events, natural amphitheater, benches that have no back so they can sit in either direction, and there can be a coexisting space that would work well. And I guess I'm done.
All right, well, let's see if there's any questions for Mr. Morris or the other applicants from the council. Seeing none, looks like, okay. Councilmember Sayak.
Okay, so I understand the wall, and you're trying to protect the observer from the parking lot. At your highest, though, you have 11 feet. So why is it necessary to go to 11 feet?
It's a judgment call from a design. If you have 10 people designing a memorial, 10 good designers, you're going to have 10 good solutions. One is not perfectly right or wrong. There's varying degrees based on the person, if they're an architect, for example, or a designer who's an artist. They're going to have a more practical, a more practical approach from an architect, or a more artistic approach from an artist. So the centerpiece of the memorial is the flame. It's an elegant shape with the soldier's cross inside, which is really the heart, in the center like a Fabergé egg. You don't see anything militaristic from the street. You see an eternal flame, which throughout Western civilization has been a symbol of honor and remembrance. And it's an elegant form, and it needs a backdrop. Behind it is a loading dock with the bay door and a parking lot. And seeking to minimize that is just the wrong direction. And so the placement of the walls is in scale and none of the walls exceed the height of the building behind it. The walls are 8 feet on the right, they're 10 feet in the middle, and on the extreme left are 12.5 feet tall. But again, the ground is 5.5 feet lower, than the sidewalk, and 3.5 feet lower than the base of the museum where the parking lot is. So how much of the building can be seen behind it? We try to calculate and design something that protects the environment of the space being a precious spiritual space where you can enjoy a piece of art without seeing a building behind it or a parking lot behind it. And even in these designs, you can still see the building at the top. And again, depending where you're standing on the lawn, you can either see 95% of the building, or when you're down in the memorial itself, you don't see any of the building. So we thought that was an elegant solution for two different audiences to use that space.
Okay. Any further questions, Mr. Leonardis?
I have to bring this one up at 10 to 12. Has there been any consideration how to keep skateboards out of this?
Yes. The pavers we want to use, we feel are, I wouldn't call them cobblestones, but they're rough. They're not smooth. And so that's going to, nobody wants to, and that's the consideration.
Thank you.
Okay.
We don't want them coming skateboarding through there either.
Any other further questions? Seeing none. All right. Thank you. So I'm going to close the public testimony at this point and move to the council for questions of staff or comments or a motion. Councilmember Leonardis?
I'd like to move approval.
Okay, that was a very simple motion. Would anybody like to second it?
Actually, I'm seconding it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Would we like further discussion, Councilmember Leonardis?
I think it's a brilliant design. I think we're very fortunate to have this investment into our community. I think it's going to look a lot better than what people think. I think it's going to be a nice improvement to the Civic Center. I like the idea of putting the bell there. I always worry that someone's going to steal that bell because it's very valuable as far as money. I told Kevin Rohani that years ago. He said, "Oh, they're not going to pick it up," but they'll pick it up. But they'll get something to pick it up and put it in the back of their truck, and it's probably worth thousands of dollars as scrap bronze or whatever. But I guess, thank you for coming in again. Thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for continuing the cause. And this is long overdue, in my opinion. So I think, the design, again, we have somebody who's a respected artist, who is an accomplished artist. And I think people will be very, very pleased with the final result when they see it. So that's my opinion.
Okay. Any further comments? Councilmember Jensen?
Thank you all for coming in. I have only the highest respect for all of you and the service that you have given to our country and to our town. And I have no question in my mind that Los Gatos should have a Veterans Memorial. The question that I do have is, what should it be? And if I give the same kind of thought, having spent a whole heck of a lot of time on the Planning Commission, the General Plan Commission, General Plan Committee, the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee, the Historic Preservation Committee, and now the Town Council, if I give the same consideration to this design that I give to Joe Public's single-family residence that he wants to put a second story on, where this council and the Planning Commission spends months and months and meetings and meetings and meetings to say, lower it 18 inches, or you're not compatible with the neighborhood, or I want to see a landscape design, or or frost your window. To me, this very, very important part of Los Gatos going forward needs to get that same kind of consideration. And our consulting architect did an analysis like he does for every project that comes into town and says, here's what I think, here's what I don't think, here's how it goes, here's how it doesn't go. That consulting architect does that for office buildings, does it for restaurants, does it for houses. And usually the designer gives that some respect. We consider it, we think about it as a body, and we say, okay, that has some merit, that doesn't have merit, but we don't dismiss it out of hand. And I think Mr. Cannon had some really good points. And if I'm driving down the street or I'm walking, and I spend a lot of time at this complex, and I have for as many years as I've been in Los Gatos, because I used to come to the library all the time with my kids. And so we have to remember that this is a multi-function, multi-purpose complex. We've got a police department, a town council, chambers, a library, a museum, and resources for the town, and not to forget the lawn that we use it for music in the park that we've heard about earlier this evening, for library activities, for children's functions, just to use as a resource for the town, for people that come and sit there with their dog on a sunny day. And this design for this very worthy idea and project takes up a whole lot of space on that lawn. It obscures it to a large degree the other buildings in the complex. If I want to find something, it's difficult. And I'm not saying that this is bad or good, but I'm saying if I use the same standards for this that I use for other things, then I would say it's too big. It's the biggest house in the neighborhood. It's out of scale. It's not compatible with what else we've got going on. And I like new and innovative designs, so I'm not going to say everything's a box, so it should be a box, it shouldn't be curvy. But I am going to say, why can't the wall be lower? And I read what the response was in the letter from the architect, and I have to say that a lot of it was for space to display plaques, and I'm not sure that that's an architectural integrity that can't be altered. And I'm not sure that it all devalues what you're building, to have maybe a lower wall, to have less things. We got a email from a resident of Los Gatos that actually sums up really well what I think about this and why I can't support the motion. It says, Mayor and Town Council members, it is with the utmost respect for the committee that has worked so hard on this worthy project for such a long time that I offer my concerns. After taking the virtual tour from the link on the honoravet.org website, my strongest impression was that it was lacking the dignity to be found in simplicity of design. The current design of the fountain with the central glass flame seems incompatible with the surroundings as well as the purpose of the memorial. I realize that over the last few years there have been many proposals and that the newest site may be the best location, but I hope you will encourage the Memorial and Support Foundation to see that less is more when it comes to honoring our heroes. That encapsulates my opinion. I don't at all disagree with the value and necessity of a memorial. What I do disagree with is the scale and the size of the design, so I can't support the motion to simply approving it as is. I think we should consider alternatives as we do with regular old houses, so I can't support the motion.
Okay, so we're getting very close to 12 o'clock. I need a motion to continue past 12 unless we think we can sneak it in the last 2 minutes, but I don't want to rush us. Would anybody like to make a motion to continue a little longer?
I move that we continue to a maximum of 30 minutes.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, we will continue. So I guess I'll make a couple comments. Well, I often agree with Councilmember Jensen, I don't think I agree in this case, except for the, thank you for all the hard work. At this time of night, I'm not sure how eloquent I can be. I can see maybe talking about lowering the wall a little bit, but I don't consider myself an artist, and I don't trust myself to make artistic changes. I did read Mr. Cannon's letter carefully, and I read the artist's response to it. And everything the artist's response said made sense to me, that there was reasons why they did it the way it was. I've gone out and I've walked around it, and flags aren't necessarily walls, but it didn't feel that big and out of scale to me. And I know the Veterans Memorial team really would have liked something even bigger, to give even more gravitas, more significance to it. So I appreciate that they actually kind of controlled themselves in giving us it as modest as it is. So I don't think I can go ask them to work on lowering the wall a little bit or tweaking it a little bit, because I don't think that I can see it making that much of a difference. So I'm going to support the motion as is. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I were designing the memorial, it would probably be smaller. And when I read what Mr. Cannon said, I agreed with him. And so this is a difficult decision for me. Do I think we should have a Veterans Memorial in Los Gatos? Absolutely. And the only question for me is, what does it look like and how big is it? But I listened carefully to what Ms. Jensen said, and again, a lot of what she said rang true, because if you were coming forward to me and wanting a shopping center, the North 40 a house, and I saw this large application, this large structure, I would probably send you back, or I would vote to turn it down. Having said that, what is changing my mind, has changed my mind on this application, is each and every one of you. I came in possibly with one mindset, and I have listened to you. You have been very articulate. You have touched a responsive chord in me. And so even though I might turn this down, we're at a house, an office, a building. This is not, and you're here, and you've said what you said, and so I will be supporting the motion.
Okay. So any more comments from council? Mr. Leonardis.
I'm going to write a check.
Well, okay, that sounds good. Any other comments? Anybody else want to write checks? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call a question. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Sounds like it passes 4-1 with Councilmember Jensen opposed. So I assume we have no other items of business, so I will adjourn our meeting.